shape to call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. And I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Furman.
Present.
Furman is here. Halverson.
Present.
Halverson is here. Harrington McKinney.
I'm here.
Harrington McKinney is here. Heck.
Here.
Heck is here. Lemmer.
Here.
Lemmer is here. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
Present.
Miadzi is here. Verveer.
Here.
Verveer is here. Vitiver.
Present.
Vitiver is here. Wahelia.
Here.
Wahelia is here. President Abbas.
Here.
President Abbas is here. Alvarez.
Here.
Alvarez is here. Benford. Benford?
Present.
Excellent. Benford is here. Bennett.
Here.
Bennett is here. Carter. Alder
Present.
Carter. Excellent. Carter is here. Conklin.
Present.
Conklin is here. Curry.
Here.
Curry is here. Evers.
Here.
Evers is here. Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Figueroa Cole is here. And Foster.
Present.
Foster is here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Can the tech facilitator please give us the meeting instructions?
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the council may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Our first item is suspension of the rules. President Abbas.
Motion to suspend Rule 2.04 Order of Business, 2.05 Introduction of Business, 2.24 Ordinances, and 2.25 Resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Alder Carter, would you provide the seconds tonight?
Sure will. Second.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, those rules are suspended. Item 1 on our agenda is a presentation, and I would like to welcome and invite to introduce the presentation our fantastic poet laureate, Angie Trudell Vasquez. Angie?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here tonight with you all and to introduce Rita Mae Reese. Rita Mae Reese is the author of the Book of Hulga, designs lesbian poet trading cards for Head Mistress Press, is in the bluegrass band Coulee Creek, and serves as the co-director of Arts and Literature Laboratory. Please welcome the poet Rita Mae Reese.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angie, for inviting me tonight. And thank you all for what you do for Madison. I love living in Madison, and I know it takes a lot of work to make it as great as it is. So I really appreciate that. And that you include poetry in the meeting. I think that's fabulous. So the poem I'm going to read is The Bridging Ceremony. A woman on the stage is saying something about America and crying. Or maybe she is crying and saying something about America. I'm not sure if I became aware of her crying or that word, America, first. She is, I think, Indian, and we are in a community center watching adults shepherd small children across a decorative bridge. They say something meaningful and heartfelt about each Sam, Rosa, and Jordan. Or that's me guessing because I'm sitting in the back and the adults at the bridge are whispering. I'm convinced of this after nearly an hour in which I'm as unable to hear as my mother sitting beside me, who was once again forgotten to wear her hearing aid. And really, after an hour of straining to hear things about the children of acquaintances and total strangers, things I would have forgotten by the time I reached my car anyway, I see my mother's point. What are we listening for? And then that word rises up and reaches me here in the back. America. I don't know and won't find out what has made this young woman cry in front of nearly 200 strangers. But based on the news, I think we can guess. I keep watching the children and trying to understand. That word, America, it can still make me cry too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. I hope you see the round of applause that you got virtually. And thank you, Angie, for bringing us poetry into this space. It's so appreciated, as is your service as our poet laureate. Next, we have honoring resolutions, and we will start with Legistar 68638, which is the annual Jeffrey Clay Erlanger Civility and Public Discourse Award. And if the Erlangers are here, I'd actually like to invite them to say a few words first about Jeff and the award. I don't see you on the screen if you're here. Do we have the Erlangers here? Does anybody know? Not yes, Pam and Howie. There you are.
I'm here. We had a little mishap, so but I'm here. Pam's not.
Good to see your face, Howie. Thanks for joining us.
Everything's okay, but she's had a mess. Yes, thank you. Well, Jeff, we're just so honored to be part of this each year because, Dave says Levitt set this up when Jeff died, and wanting to preserve the spirit that he represented of trying to get things done and get them done in a civil way by bringing people together rather than by conflict. And we're just so thrilled that each year there's always too many people to give the award to. That Madison's a very special place in that way. It's just we're always very grateful to be here and to have been part of Madison. And Lisa's an incredible awardee. I mean, we read about the family, both her and her husband, all the time. But, to just really see her resume and just all in one place, everything she's accomplished is just incredible. And so we're just so honored and that Lisa is the winner this year.
Thank you, Howie. And please give our best to Pam. We so appreciate you participating in this every year. And now
it's a real honor.
To read the first portion of the resolution, I'd like to turn it over to Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm known to be very emotional, but tonight it's a privilege to be emotional. I have such a love for this young woman, and to see her receive this award and really carry on the legend of the named individual. I am so excited. And Madam Mayor, thank you so very much for allowing me the distinct honor. I will read the first portion and the mayor will pick it up afterwards. Whereas the Madison Common Council created the Jeffrey Clay Erlanger Civility in Public Discourse Award in memory of Jeffrey Erlanger's great contributions to the city of Madison. And whereas the Jeffrey Clay Erlinger Civility and Public Discord Award Committee has selected Lisa Payton Kerr, an individual who exemplifies the values that are fundamental to this award and were so admirably demonstrated by Jeffrey Erlinger during his lifetime as recipient of the 2021 award. And whereas in 2012, Lisa founded and currently serves as the CEO and president of the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness, whose mission is to energize, mobilize, and support Black women to transform their health and their lives through education, advocacy, support, and powerful partnerships. And whereas Lisa works as a passionate advocate for women's health, was driven by her mother's death from heart disease at the age of 64 in 2006. Following this life-changing event, Lisa established Black Women's Wellness Day, an annual summit that empowers women and girls to sustain healthy, wellness-centered lives. And whereas the foundation is an outgrowth and progression of Black Women's Wellness Day and has mobilized a movement in the greater Madison community and across Wisconsin to intentionally address and improve Black women's health. And whereas Lisa's service to community has been extensive, she previously served on the board of Unity Point Merita Health, the Center for Resilient Cities, and a Fund for Women. She presently serves on the UW Population Health Institute Advisory Board and on the Governor's Health Equity Council. Through this work, she is able to influence proposed policy addressing maternal and child health disparities. And whereas Lisa serves as a consultant to the Dane County Health Council, whose mission is to eliminate disparities in low birth rate births between African American and white women in Dane County. And Madam Mayor, would you take it from there?
Thank you, Alder. Whereas through her work on the Governor's Health Equity Council, she and her council colleagues are charged with creating a comprehensive plan to achieve long-lasting and equitable health outcomes for all Wisconsinites. And whereas Lisa exemplifies the spirit of the Erlinger Award in her positive contributions to our community and its residents, her leadership in public advocacy, and her dedication to treating people with civility, respect, and dignity. And whereas Lisa's advocacy for equitable birth outcomes crosses political aisles, she focuses on constructive civil debate to engage representatives from all political parties, and her efforts alongside partners have resulted in an extension of the length of time postpartum health care is covered by Badger Care from 60 days to 90 days after birth, beginning in 2022. In addition, Lisa and colleagues have testified before the state legislature in support of a bipartisan bill that aligns with national best practices to extend coverage to 12 months. And whereas Lisa's tireless efforts to make Madison and Wisconsin a better place to live, her demonstrated impact, bravery, humility, and energy make Lisa a perfect fit for the Jeffrey Clay Erlinger Civility in Public Discourse Award. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Lisa Payton Kerr has been chosen to receive the 15th Annual Jeffrey Clay Erlinger Civility in Public Discourse Award. And be it further resolved that I, Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway, and the Common Council of the City of Madison in Wisconsin congratulate and thank Lisa for all she has done and continues to do for our Madison community. Lisa, thank you so much. We will take that as a motion from Alder Harrington McKinney and a second from Alder Carter.
Second.
And Lisa, I would invite you to say whatever words you might bless us with.
Well, first I must say thank you to each of you. I don't know why I'm so overwhelmed with emotion tonight too. And over this past week to learn about Jeffrey. I didn't know Jeff Erlinger in life, but I feel I've come to know him and his legacy over this last week and a half since I received this incredible, unexpected, totally out of the blue news from my friends and co-conspirators at Public Health Madison-Dane County who delivered the news on your behalf, Mayor, and of the Common Council. I feel incredibly honored to be acknowledged in his name and in his legacy, and hearing and seeing you, Howie, his father, and receiving the beautiful quote from his mother, Pam, which I'm sure is from both of you, in the press release last week, just really lifted my spirit. When you're in the trenches doing health equity, racial equity work, it's a hard, rough terrain, right? It's a never-ending journey of looking to bring people together, to find agreement, to find common ground, and to keep evolving as a community, as a city, as a state. That's where we are, ever evolving, trying to understand each other, listen, grow, and point our community in the right direction, knowing that that's how Jeff lived. His unifying leadership, his service, his advocacy, hearing those stories from different alders who worked with him over the years, community members who've been impacted by his presence, his way, his manner of leadership, and to be associated with that in my own work is just more than an incredible honor. I'm really unspeakably proud tonight to witness the story of his life, to be introduced in this award by my friend, Alder McKinney, to see so many of my colleagues on the Common Council, people whose work I respect, whose leadership is making an incredible difference, those who have been here for a while, those who have just been elected in the last year or two or three. Look at this representation of our city and our potential and our power and our imperfect but full of potential place, one of the most beautiful places. I'm a transplant, of course, to Madison through marriage, but of course it is now one of my homes. I'm actually broadcasting from my home in Richmond, Virginia, right now in my mother's house, which, as was shared in the proclamation, is the beginning of the story of our work, which started in Virginia with my mother's life and legacy, and has now become the crux of the work that is driving change in Black women's health across Wisconsin. So you never know what the linkages will be and the path you walk, all the reasons and the ways that it will unfold. I'm proud of my work. I'm proud of the work of the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness. I'm proud of our team who is on the call witnessing. We are receiving this award together because no one does this work alone, not even myself. There are so many people and facilitators who make it possible for us to make powerful difference. And I just want to say I'm honored in multiple ways, too numerous to name in these brief remarks, to be honored in this way with the Jeffrey Erlinger Civility in Public Discourse Award. Thank you to the mayor, to you, Common Council, to whoever nominated me. It is wonderful to be acknowledged for your work and your service, especially when it comes from your heart and the core of your beliefs. So thank you for allowing me to be in this space tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. And I hope you see the round of applause that you're getting virtually. And it's a well-deserved award. I'm delighted that you were chosen. Your work is so important in our community. It has been moved and seconded, and we have a number of alders that will wish to speak to the award, starting with President Abbas.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Congratulations. I will be very brief. As a president of Common Council, I sit on the committee. When I read your resume, it was very inspiring. I was so impressed to see how much you achieved. And I think so that inspiration is for our youth, for all of us, to learn a lot from you. And I feel really energetic just reading what you achieved. And I also want to acknowledge your work on also Step Up and Equity Matter. The job I do, we took a lot of trainings from there. So I saw your picture and your work there as well. So I really appreciate what you do for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lisa, you know I love you. I've been knowing you for well over a decade now. Mm-hmm. And I just really want to let you know that your leadership is unmatched. And I really could not think of a more deserving person than you to receive this award. Your blood, sweat, and tears go into everything that you do. And you truly lead by example. And I just want to let you know that you are a well-Black woman that I look up to, and I'm honored to know such a magnificent person. So congratulations on this award. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilahi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lisa, my sister, my friend, my inspirational leader in this community. I see you shine. I see you do so many profound work. Your empathy, your leadership, your commitment to this community is untapped. And we look up to you, Lisa, my friend and my sister. So congratulations. I'm so proud of you. And I'm so proud of the work that you do for the Black women wellness. And I'm so proud to see you rise every day to inspire women, whether they're young or old. I always, watch your conferences, and it's just unbelievable the work you are doing. Not only you, but also the staff. So congratulations and thank you so much for the wonderful work that you do in this community. I love you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. Miss Lisa, congratulations to you. I just wanted to say that I have admired and followed your work all the way back when the Black Women's Wellness Day was at Urban League, and being able to connect on a personal and intimate level with my mother, who's a nurse, and applied that same care into the community. And so I just want to say congratulations, and this representation that you just talked about is definitely a fruition of you and other leaders' labor. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Hi, Lisa, and congratulations also. I remember the first time we met, we converged at the corner of MLK in front of Starbucks, and both saying hi to the late Momo Taylor, if you recall him. Yes. And I just want to say that was really an inspirational conversation that I will always remember. But more importantly, you've given a voice to many, many, many Black women, especially when it comes to their health. And that is priceless. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, congratulations. Just wanted to say I was privileged enough for our paths to cross a few years back. Always impressed with your passion, and your true north has never wavered. I've learned a lot from you when we had the time together, we worked together, but I saw it day in and day out, your dedication, your hours, and your commitment was unparalleled, really. And the city, you know, this is great for you to receive this award and the other awards that you're getting and the recognition, because it really is, you're the real deal. And our city is grateful for everything that you bring to it. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Gary. It's so wonderful to see you on the council.
Thank you, Alder Halverson. Alder Alboris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lisa, I hope that you know that most people don't talk about folks during honoring resolutions, and I don't normally raise my hand. So this is a testament to just what a dynamic person and leader you are. Like Gary, I actually worked with Lisa too. I was super, super lucky when she was the assistant vice president at Summit. We were both in our marketing team at Summit. And so literally my cube was like 7 feet away from your office. And so we would just always connect. And, I just want to thank you for, times you just let me go into your office and chat and talk about the world and talk about how we wanted to do different things, right? And so, when she had shared that she was going to be leaving Summit, I was like heartbroken. But I knew that the work at the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness meant so much to you. And so when you were able to take that on in a full-time capacity, I just know you were beaming and we're ready to take on that leadership role. So while I missed you when we were there and, I went on to do other things as well, I'm so excited to see the work that you'll continue to do to help with, the equity issues that we have around health. And so thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. And, just very blessed to have known you personally. So thank you.
I'm one of your biggest fans, Christian. You know that. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to congratulate you, Lisa, on this well-deserved award. You truly exemplify what this award is all about. Your accomplishments in health equity, racial justice, social justice, at this point are legendary in our community. And I can't think of a more deserving awardee than you. So I really want to take a moment to congratulate you. I want you and my colleagues to know that I really, truly do look forward to this award each and every year. And I just want to take a moment, as I have since the award was created, to say a few words about my friend, Jeff Erlanger. And I realize that as the years have gotten on since his tragic death in 2007 at the age of 36, that fewer and fewer of us in City Hall had the honor and privilege of working with Jeff. Obviously, the mayor and I are some of the exceptions to that. And we really were honored and privileged to work with Jeff. I just wanted to share a little more about our friend Jeff. For those that aren't familiar, he meant so much to us, and his death was such a shock and tragedy that we actually created this award and codified it in our city ordinances in his lasting honor and memory. He did so much at such a young age for our community. I had the privilege of spending so much time with Jeff, largely in his capacity as the president of what was then called the State Langdon Neighborhood Association. And through his work on various city committees, he was a very effective chair of our present-day Disability Rights Commission and was a fierce advocate for not only people with disabilities and downtown residents, but all people in our community. And his commitment to public service was unwavering. So I also wanted to thank Jeff's parents, Pam and Howie, for their dedication to continuing their son's legacy. I think this is probably the very first meeting that Pam has missed when this award has been created, and I certainly hope that she's okay tonight, and I know she's with us in spirit. I want to thank you, Howie, for being with us tonight on behalf of the family. The two of you have been steadfast supporters of this award. Pam, as a longtime member of the award committee, we have really been blessed with your presence in bringing Jeff's spirit to us in our council meetings annually at this time of the year. For those that don't know, the award is always granted at this time of the year because, as the ordinance requires, it is awarded at the council meeting closest to Jeff's birthday, which was on November 30th. But it really is an inspiration to me that year in and year out, Pam and Howie are with us and are with us not so much to continue the legacy of their son and keep honoring his tremendous work that he did here, but moreover, they're here and they participate in the award process and the selection process because they are so excited about the awardee each and every year, as you heard Howie say tonight, Lisa, and as you mentioned Pam's comment in the press release. They truly mean that and are so excited when they read the nominations and help with the selection process. They are inspirational to me as well, I must admit. For those that don't know, the Madison Parks Foundation last year kicked off a fundraising campaign with the help of Pam and Howie to fund more fully accessible playgrounds in our park system. And Howie and Pam have been instrumental in raising funds to see that that's accomplished. Again, thanks to the inspiration that their son has left all of us. Lastly, as you know, Mayor, and many of you that have been on the council more than this term know at this time, usually we do play a video of Jeff's interaction as a young 10-year-old with Mr. Rogers on Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. So not that I'm the best one to introduce and tee up that video, but as our media team and IT is now doing that, which I greatly appreciate them doing, I just wanted to mention that it was reported in various publications that this interaction that you'll see, which brings tears to my eyes every time I watch it, was the bottom line reason why Tom Hanks agreed to play Mr. Rogers in that recent movie a few years ago, A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. And when you watch this video, especially those of you that perhaps have never seen it before, you realize what a moving interaction, again, with the 10-year-old Jeff and Mr. Rogers is that really, I think, captured the hearts of so many folks around the country when it first aired and continues to this day when people see the video. So with that, again, hearty congratulations to you, Lisa, on your well-deserved honor. Thank you for all you do for our community and will continue to do for our community over many years. And thank you, Howie and Pam, for continuing to keep your son's legacy alive. And with that, if appropriate, Mayor, perhaps we'll
Hey, Jeff. I'm glad to see you. Hi. Thank you very much for coming by. I asked Jeff, this is my friend Jeff Erlinger. He's one of my neighbors here, and I asked him if he would come by today because I wanted you to meet him and I wanted you to see his electric wheelchair. We've been talking about electric cars and all kinds of things we've been thinking about this week. Would you show me how you make your chair go?
Okay, sure. All right. Well, first, this is the on-and-off switch. And I move this up to turn it on.
Okay.
And
You're really good at that.
thanks.
It's a very fancy machine, but you're the one who makes it go.
Right.
Did it take a long time to learn how?
No, not really. I had other wheelchairs, and that only took... My first electric wheelchair only took me about a day to learn how to use it.
Gee, that's wonderful. Jeff, your mom and dad must be really proud of you.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah. Well, I know I am. Now, can you tell my friends what it is that made you need this wheelchair?
Sure. Well, when I was about 7 months old, I had a tumor, and it broke the nerves to tell my hands and legs what to do.
I see.
And they tried to the tumor, but they couldn't get it, and I became handicapped. And I got a wheelchair when I was 4 years old.
That was your first one when you were 4.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, sort of.
You must have some mighty good doctors who've been taking care of
Uh-huh.
you. Can you tell me any of your doctors' names?
Yeah, I have a pediatrician, Dr. Hansen, who works in Madison St. Mary's Hospital. And then at UW, I have the bone doctor is Dr. Breed, who takes care of the bones, I guess, because he's a bone doctor. Anyway, I had surgery earlier this summer because I have pain in my stomach called autonomic dysreflexia, and I just
What was that word?
autonomic dysreflexia. I'm not exactly sure what it means.
But you sure can say it.
Yeah. Anyway, so I had a surgery done just recently to try and cut this sphincter because it's holding my urine in. So, well, you have a lot of things going on when you're... This just shows you have a lot of things happening to you when you're handicapped most of the time.
But,
And sometimes it happens when you're not handicapped.
Of course. But you're able to talk about those things
Yeah.
so well and help other people
Mm-hmm.
who might have the same kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that song that I sometimes sing called It's You I Like?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to sing that to you and with you.
Okay, sure.
It's you I like. It's not the things you wear. It's not the way you do your hair. But it's you I like. The way you are right now. The way down deep inside you. Not the things that
I do.
Not your fancy chair. That's just beside you. But it's you I like. Every part of you. Your skin, your eyes, your feelings. Whether old or new. I hope that you'll remember, even when you're feeling blue, that it's you I like, it's you yourself, it's you,
It's you I like.
And it is you I like, Jeff.
Thanks.
And there must be times when you do feel blue.
Uh-huh.
What do you do during those times?
Well, it depends.
Sometimes do you make up stories
Yeah,
or read
yeah.
or play? I know that's the way I did when I was a little boy. Had all kinds of things that I would
Did it help?
do. It did help. Yeah. Does it help you?
Yeah.
We have to all discover our own ways, don't we? Of doing things when we're feeling blue. I'm not feeling blue right now, though.
Me neither.
I'm so glad that you came today.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I hope you'll come back to visit again.
Okay.
Will you?
Yeah.
And will you give your mom and dad my best?
Sure.
Because they are sure great people.
Uh-huh. Bye.
Bye-bye, Jeff. I'll watch you as you go.
That just gives you a little taste of who Jeff was. For those of you who didn't have the honor of knowing him. And so let me add my thanks to Pam and Howie for sharing Jeff's legacy with the city. And turn the floor to Alder Bennett.
I just have to say, why you all have to have us jerking tears right now? That was so beautiful. I just thank you for bringing that light to us.
Thank you, Alder. And Lisa, thank you for everything you do in our community. It is it's an honor for us to be able to acknowledge your work and the work of the foundation and your staff. And I hope that we get to support and enjoy your work for years to come yet. So thank you again and congratulations on receiving this award.
Thank you all so much. You've honored me tonight. Thank you.
So it's a formality, but one that we must undertake. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording enthusiastic, unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, the resolution is adopted. And we will move on to item number 3, which is Legistar 68514. And for this, I'll turn it over to Alder Harrington McKinney. Oh, Alder, you've muted yourself.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a double header for tonight. It's a double header because two people who are so very important, not only to the lives of our community, but personally stepped into my life as well. And I know Ron, I knew Ron, and for him, really began to create me looking at who I was and then really encapsulating how I could contribute to the community. He was amazing representative. And for me to read the award, the best honor that I could give to Ron Johnson is to allow an African-American male to read this resolution. I was at the memorial in Milwaukee, and it was amazing how many people stood and talked about how this man changed their lives. And what was amazing to me is that one by one, young Black males stood up, and I had not witnessed that before. Young Black men stood up and said, because of this man, they were better fathers, they were better husbands, they contributed to the well-being of so many others and gave him so many props. And we shared him here in Madison, and I was a peacemaker, and I sat and trained under him. But it would just be my honor to let Alder Miadzi read the resolution and how we honor Ron Johnson.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Miadzi?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be honored to read this. I'd like to just take a second too and just basically say that I am too honored and grateful for all Ron's work. When I was on the Public Safety Review Committee, I remember reaching out to Ron because I wanted to know more about restorative justice. And when I reached out to him, it was pretty clear how loving, how much he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that it was just not a restorative justice problem, but a community problem in order to reach our teenagers, to reach our youth, and make sure that as one of the highest states that incarcerates African-American men, to make sure that they're not pipelined to the prison system. So it is definitely a great honor to read this resolution. Let me pull it up. All right. Whereas Ronald Young James Johnson of the city of Fitchburg departed this life on October 29th, 2021 at the age of 71. And whereas Ronald a lifelong state of Wisconsin resident, became a state leader in community engagement, restorative justice, and service to the community in Milwaukee and Dane counties, assuming the role of catalyst and developing the leading programs that built bridges between communities of color and system stakeholders in each county to build greater community safety, racial equity, and justice. And whereas, as an innovator of new programs, Ron Johnson launched the Dane County Community Restorative Justice, CRC, providing a second chance to 17 to 25-year-olds, including criminal justice, to repair harm and restore their record, developing the first initiative of its kind in Wisconsin, later to be recognized as a national model. He became Dane County's bridge builder between communities most impacted by criminal justice, police, and criminal justice elected leaders. And whereas Ron and the CRC staff have achieved the high bar of implementing real community justice by recruiting and training over 185 residents, volunteer peacemakers to participate in restorative justice and circles, which have resulted in agreements to repair harm to victims and the community. And as a father of restorative justice in Dane County, Ron exemplified the qualities of great leadership with his vision, humor, and humility, compassion, and never-ending commitment to create a better tomorrow for everyone who sought his leadership, his partnership. And whereas Ron also lent his voice and his service in additional committees, councils, commissions, and community groups, frequently being called upon local leaders, national think tanks, and salt of the earth, community members, and guidance. And whereas Ron loved the outdoors, each year taking African-American boys and mentors to the banks of mighty Mississippi River to teach lessons of life, love, and nature. And whereas a community celebration of Ron's life was held November 29th, 2021 at the Luzier Family Heritage Center. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Madison, Mayor and Common Council hereby pays their respect to our departed colleagues and extend their sympathies to his family and many friends. We join them mourning the loss of our former colleague who gave so unselfishly to our community. Be it resolved that as a token of our esteem and deep respect, that copies of this resolution be presented to Ron's family.
Madam Mayor, is his daughter here? I don't see her on to accept.
Alder, I'm not sure, but let's take that as a motion from Alder Miadze and seconded by Alder Harrington McKinney. Do we have tech staff? Do we have anyone here from the family? Do you know? I think not, Alder.
I don't think so.
If not, the City of Madison, Dane County, last week did have a memorial here in Madison, and his family was there. There was 95 people that came out to share and to let the family know how much Ron meant to them or to us. And I had the opportunity to personally present the plaque that the mayor signed and presented it to his oldest daughter. He was the father of 7, and he did so many things in the lives of so many young men. But he loved his 7 children, and he talked about his 7 children. And so she's not here tonight, but just know that, Madam Mayor, she did receive the plaque and was very appreciative of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. I appreciate your efforts in making sure that the family got presented with that. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll do so. And that will take us to items 4 and 5, which are presenting the 2020 and 2021 Stage O Alex Olson Awards. Before we take them up, I'd like to turn the floor over to Alex Olson to speak about these awards and their importance for our community. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I don't know many of you. My name is Alex Olson. I was employed by the Madison Police Department for 30 years as a patrol officer and then as a detective. I retired in 2011. In the late 90s, I became aware that I was getting phone calls from the community, the LGBTQ community, about vandalism, graffiti, and thefts of property pertaining to LGBTQ issues. I asked people on my department, did we keep data on any kind of hate incidents or hate crimes or anything like that? And the answer was no, there was no data of any kind like that that was kept by Madison Police at that time. Shortly after this happened, we discovered that there was a United States Department of Justice training program being offered to the community, to the law enforcement community anyhow, at that time in Los Angeles, specifically about hate crime investigation and its impact on the community. And so I got a bunch of people together and we went to the first training, which resulted in about 85 people over the decade being trained by the Los Angeles Simon Wiesenthal Center, the Museum of Tolerance there, specifically in dealing with hate issues, hate incidents. And the idea was that after each group came back to their own community, this was a national program, they were supposed to institute a project in the community that would address hate and bias and discrimination and bigotry related issues. Our group chose to do training and education. And so for the next decade after our training session went to LA, we came back and we did training for everybody we could think of, not only in law enforcement, but in the greater community, the school districts, the judges, everybody we could think of. We talked to about hate crimes, put it on their calendar, put it on their consciousness, made sure that people understood how important it was, what the impact of hate-related incidents were in communities that was not being addressed at that time. What happened when I retired in 2011 was, unbeknownst to me, the group surprised me and created this award in my name. Every year since then, including 2011, it's been awarded annually in the city, but because of the pandemic, it was not awarded in 2020 or 2021. And so the reason that we're here tonight is to honor those people and a group in particular who were selected by a committee who took nominations, looked through the nominations, and selected the winners of those 2 years. So the person who won the award in 2020 is Oscar Morales, who is the executive director and principal of the Omega School. But he's so much more. I'm sure a lot of you know him. He's an outstanding poet. He's an artist. He's a creator. He's an educator and advocate for youth. He's done a tremendous job out of the Omega School and on the south side of Madison, in particular with the Latino community. The other group that is getting the 2021 Alex Award is the Office of Equity and Inclusion for Dane County. And today I actually had the great honor of going to one of their staff meetings and meeting all of the people who work there, including Wesley Sparkman, the director, and all of the other staff members there. And I had an absolutely marvelous time. I was very welcomed. I felt very honored to be in an organization named for Tamara Grigsby. And wouldn't you know, the best thing that happened during that meeting was that her father actually turned up, and I was able to meet him and give him personally the picture and the actual award itself. He got to see that and hold it. He's very inspirational, as most of you know, and I was very lucky to get to meet him and be a part of that. So I believe the mayor is going to read the 2 resolutions honoring Mr. Morales and honoring the Office of Equity and Inclusion at this time. Thank you very much for letting me speak to you tonight. I'm very honored to be a part of this process.
Thank you, Alex, and thanks for all of your service to our community over the years. We will start with item 4, which is Legistar 68664. And I'm actually going to ask Alder Figueroa Cole to read the beginning of this resolution, and then I'll take it up.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. So, oops. Here we go. Whereas the City of Madison Department of Civil Rights group seeking tolerance and justice over hate. Wait a second. Yeah, we're good. Created the Alex Olson Award to honor retired Madison Police Detective Alex Olson and her leadership against hate in our community. And whereas the Stajo Alex Award Committee has selected Oscar Mireles, an individual who exemplifies the values that are fundamental to this award and have been so admirably demonstrated by Alex Olson during her career and in her retirement as the recipient of the 2020 award. And whereas Mr. Mireles fosters a community of mutual acceptance and equality in the city of Madison and Dane County for over 2 decades, leading by example and having a significant impact on community participation in the spheres of poetry and art, social justice, and educational access. And whereas Mr. Mireles brings together diverse segments of the community through his arts initiatives and creates opportunities for collaboration and supports across communities through his service to organizations and groups. And
whereas Mr. Mireles has been the executive director of Omega School for over 25 years, providing fruitful approaches to student support, relocating the school to a historically marginalized neighborhood, and changing the way student outcome disparities are viewed. And whereas Mr. Mireles impacts our community through his service as a poet and founding member of several organizations that build bridges to bring together individuals, activists, educators, children, young adults, and others by creating opportunities for collaboration and support of one another and of marginalized people in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Oscar Mireles has been chosen to receive the 2020 Alex Olson Award for the promotion of a tolerant and just community. And be it finally resolved that I, Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway, and the Common Council of the City of Madison, Wisconsin, congratulate and thank Mr. Mireles for all he has done and continues to do for our Madison community. Oscar, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the organization Seeking Tolerance and Justice Over Hate, STAJO, the City of Madison Office of Civil Rights under the leadership of Norman Davis, retired police detective Alex Olson, and all the alders and mayors for this award and your personal friendship. I'm also honored to share this award with my longtime friend and fellow Rotarian, Wes Sparkman, who leads the Tamara Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County. Wesley and his amazing staff, including many of my friends who work there. I had a chance to speak with Alex Olson this week, and she shared that she had worked in the community police station on the south side, which now houses Omega School. It is amazing to acknowledge in words that as a former poet laureate of Madison, I am literally walking in her footsteps on a daily basis. Alex Olson was a trailblazer on many fronts. As a Madison police officer and detective, helping start STAJO, and regularly speaking out against hate groups way before it was a fashionable thing to do. I am also honored to accept this award on behalf of the board and staff of Omega School. This special organization has given me the space and time to be involved in the community on a number of different projects that are truly trying to make this a better place for everyone, especially those in BIPOC community members. On a personal note, I want to, on a personal note, I want to thank my two older sons, Sergio and Diego. Sergio has his birthday today and Diego on Thursday. and I would be remiss to not thank them for helping me become a better person by becoming a father in my mid-30s. They challenge me on a regular basis to do and say the right things. I think they made the word tolerance and understanding real to me. I am also honored to receive an award today along with Lisa Payton Kerr. I've been friends with the Kerr family and served on the board with her husband Kaleem at One City and worked with their children both at Omega School and her daughters on the downtown murals last year. I also had the pleasure of working with Ron Johnson, who is also honored tonight. We both worked in Milwaukee in the late 1980s and early 90s. He was a role model and spoke out against racial injustice and was a friend. His actions and spirit will be missed. And I encourage the City Council to create a civic award in his honor to recognize his legacy of social justice and change. I will personally lead an effort to make this happen. Finally, I want to acknowledge my nephew and wish him, and he's my fourth son, my nephew and fellow alder, Christian Alvarez, and wish him happy birthday. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Oscar. A virtual round of applause for you. So we will take that as a motion by Alder Figueroa Cole and perhaps a second from President Abbas. And Alder Wahilahe would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations, Oscar, as a former Rotarian. It was so wonderful to see you tonight here, to be acknowledged and recognized for your hard work. I see you serving the community, serving Omega School for over 25 years, serving on the Boys and Girls Club of Dane County, just advocating for the youth, their education and their inspiration to do better things in this world and this community. So congratulations. I'm so happy for you, and I know you'll do a great job. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Alder. Lisa, I see your hand. We don't usually do public comment here. But I trust you know how to find Oscar. Alder Alvarez.
Alex, also I want to just acknowledge your leadership as a former law enforcement official, but also as an individual who sought to do what was right in our community for folks that were being victimized. And so I just want to acknowledge, your great work and leadership in that space and how that sort of transformed Madison through training and through folks being more educated on really important issues. So thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge from an interesting lens that I'll say this for Oscar, a fellow family member of mine, for your leadership and all the great work that you do here in Madison. Just want to thank you for that as well. So I'm disclosing that I'm a family member, so I don't know if I can vote on this matter. So if I need to recuse myself, I will. But I think I can do this, and I would say pretty confidently at the clean, objective conscious. But if I need to recuse myself, this is an interesting one. I will just say that I can if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think your disclosure is duly noted. Alder Miadze?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to Oscar too. I know him too for years, and he's a great leader in our community, not only in the wrestling arena because our kids wrestle, same with Wesley Sparkman down there. But I just wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Before we vote, let me add my congratulations as well to you, Oscar. I met you through your leadership in our arts community, and just delighted that you're being honored in this context as well. And it's a well-deserved award, so congratulations. And thank you for everything you're doing for our community. So without objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4, and we'll move on to item 5, which is Legistar 68671, awarding the 2021 Stajo Alex Olson Award for the promotion of a tolerant and just community to the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County. And it's my honor to read this resolution. Whereas the City of Madison Department of Civil Rights Group Seeking Tolerance and Justice Over Hate, or STAJO, created the Alex Olson Award to honor retired Madison Police Detective Alex Olson and her leadership against hate in our community. And whereas the STAJO Alex Award Committee has selected the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County, a group that exemplifies the values that are fundamental to this award and have been so admirably demonstrated by Alex Olson during her career and in her retirement as the recipient of the 2021 award. And whereas the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County endeavors to develop promotional opportunities, share business development information with emerging small businesses, implement policies that generate equal opportunities, and fund community partners in equity, pushing towards economic prosperity for all. And whereas the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County strives to address past inequities by reviewing current fee structures and eliminating unnecessary penalties while providing improved access to services. And whereas the office advises all county offices regarding policies in order to mitigate disparate impact, resolve discrimination complaints, certifies businesses, partners with other government stakeholders to review and develop equitable practices, studies hiring statistics and focuses on recruiting diverse candidates, ensures compliance with accessibility and accommodation standards, provides language interpretation and translation, and serves as a resource regarding equity. And whereas the office is dedicated to developing and ensuring inclusivity, equity, and sustainability in order to make Dane County a better place to live and work by ensuring equal access to opportunity, hiring, contracting, and service. And whereas staff members of the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County, including Wesley Sparkman, Theola Carter, Carrie Braxton, Joe Obi, Rodrigo Valdivia, Ellen Dirge, and Reina Vasquez, including recent retiree Richard Johnson, have worked diligently to address racial, gender, and disability inequities in Dane County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County has been chosen to receive the 2021 Alex Olson Award for the promotion of a tolerant and just community. And be it finally resolved that I, Mayor Satya Rhodes Conway, and the Common Council of the City of Madison, Wisconsin, congratulate and thank the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion of Dane County and all of their staff for all that they have done and continue to do for our Madison community. And we are honored to have with us Wesley Sparkman from the office. Wesley?
Yes, Honorable Mayor Rhodes Conway and distinguished alders. Thank you so much for this award on behalf of the entire department. And we were so fortunate today to have Alex Olson come visit us in person and sit down and learn from her and talk to her today. And as she mentioned, it just so happened that this was a good day for Dr. Howard Grigsby, Tamara D. Grigsby's father, to come and visit the office today and sitting down and listening to them both talk and share stories and learn from them was an amazing experience. And it was just a just conversation. And it was just good to be around people who are focused on justice and have thrived in the area of promoting justice. So it's a great honor. And I can't say enough how hard and diligent the department works to work toward equity, and it is appreciated. I will also say that something that is amazing about this particular cohort of alders that I know is there are some amazing parents in this group. And I think that so much is going to be accomplished through this group. And I just want to encourage you in what you do, and that this is a valuable time that is going to have long-term benefits. And this cohort is going to do stuff that is meaningful and will last. So Just great to be honored by this group of alders and parents. You know who you are. And again, on behalf of the Tamara D. Grigsby Office for Equity and Inclusion, thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. President Abbas, a motion here, please.
Move motion to adopt.
Alder Carter.
Second to adopt.
Thank you. Alder Wahilahe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's nice to see you, Wes. And I remember when you introduced me to the Rotary, so I appreciate to see tonight you're being recognized for the work that you do at the Dane County. I missed our conversation. I miss our, some of the challenges you're talking about, the parenting. It's just, I just miss you. So congratulations and thank you so much for the work that you do at the Dane County. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze.
Yeah, I too wanted to congratulate Wesley too for all the work that he's done. Not only that, he's thanking everybody else for being a good father, a good parent, but he is a great parent himself and a role model for a lot of youth and a lot of young men, and so is myself too. So I really congratulate you for a lot of the things that you've accomplished, your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded. Let me again offer my congratulations, Wesley, to you and your entire staff. It's really been a pleasure to partner with the county over my time in office, and I really appreciate the work that you all do and the partnership that we have not only with your office across departments, but also with the county as a whole. So thank you for your work and congratulations again on receiving this award. And let me also thank Alex for your service to our community over many, many years. You're, I think, an unsung hero in our community. You've really done some incredible work. And I hope that you know that with every award that's given, we're also honoring you. And your service and your legacy. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Common Council, for giving me the time to speak to you tonight. I appreciate it.
With that, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 5? Seeing no objection, that vote will be recorded. Item 6 is Legistar 68429, a petition regarding direct attachment from the town of Madison to the city of Madison. President Abbas, a motion to refer to our January 4th meeting?
Yeah, motion to refer to January 4th Common Council meeting.
Alder Carter?
Second to refer.
Moved and seconded to refer the petition. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. That brings us to early public comment. We do have a number of folks here for early public comment, starting with before we start, let me just remind folks, if you are here speaking under early public comment, please do tell us which item you are speaking on before you begin your comments so alders can orient themselves. Our first early public comment is from Pearl Foster of District 6, to be followed by Paul Koretz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to remind the Common Council that on May 18th, you voted to halt the eviction of the Randall Park homeless encampment. Those notes from that meeting were to refer the resolution to the Board of Health for Madison, Dane County, Madison Parks Commission, Plan Commission, Equal Opportunities Commission.
I'm sorry, Pearl, what item are you speaking on tonight?
I'm speaking in public comment in regards to the
early public comment is not a general public comment time. It's for early public comment on items that are on our agenda.
Okay, well, this item should have been on the agenda and it wasn't.
In that case, you're not able to speak to it tonight.
Okay, well, the people at Randall are still there and the eviction was.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Koretz, who is from Los Angeles, California, and is an LA City Council member. Do we have Councilmember Koretz with us?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm Paul Koretz, member of the LA City Council, and it's an honor to join you this evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm speaking on item 43, the proposed prohibition on cat declawing, and I want to begin by commending the council for considering this proposal. It's an issue I've been involved with in California for 2 decades, authoring an anti-declaw ordinance in Los Angeles and a state law banning the declawing of big cats in California. Declawing cats is a cruel practice physically that has crippling impacts on all cats, both big cats and domestic ones alike. In Los Angeles, where we passed an anti-declaw ordinance over a decade ago, the results are in. Over that decade, our huge animal shelter system, which annually vies with New York's to be the largest and busiest in the country, has achieved a 43% reduction in the number of cats entering the shelters. This means that the typical warning those in favor of declawing will offer about how banning the practice will lead to more shelter intakes and killing of cats simply doesn't hold water in the real world. Too often, declawing has been marketed to cat owners as a simple way to domesticate the cats and save furniture from being scratched or torn up. Cat owners who usually aren't told about how the cruel practice of declawing leads to more biting and litter box rejection go along with it thinking it's the right thing to do when it's not. The truth is, whenever it's done, banning declawing has made on balance for healthier cats, happier cat homes, and more loving cat owners, and fewer badly behaved cats entering the shelters. It's led to a direct and positive impact on how we spend taxpayer dollars on cats. Under the requirements of state law, it costs us more than $500 to house and euthanize a cat. So every cat that doesn't find its way to our shelters is money in the bank that can be used for other pressing needs. And during the time since we banned declawing in the LA shelter system, we've made steady progress towards no-kill status for both dogs and cats, which we achieved for the first time in 2020. We couldn't have done it if prohibited declawing meant flooding the shelters with unwanted cats. So by simply stopping this barbaric practice, it saved the lives of tens of thousands of cats, saved the taxpayers a lot of money, and I'm proud to say that passage of the LA ordinance helped start a trend across the country, with one of the most notable outcomes being a subsequent banning of declawing in New York State. And recently, the national veterinary chain VCA announced its countrywide policy of no declawing in any of its more than 2,000 clinics or by any of its 10,000 vets. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll consider voting to pass this important humane measure.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amish Shah of Phoenix, Arizona, to be followed by Gregory Gabowski.
Doctor, you are unmuted on our end.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I'm not sure if you can, if I can turn my camera on or not, but thank you for having me. My name is Amish Shah, for the record. I am an emergency physician. I have been in practice for about 15 years. After residency, I've practiced all over the country. I'm originally from Chicago, moved to New York, California. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Currently, I've been here for about 10 years. I am also a member of the Arizona House of Representatives. Earlier this year, earlier 2 years ago, I became involved in this issue when I started reading about what this practice was and why it was important. It was brought to me by some of our local constituents. Mr. Paul Koretz, who went before me, went through a lot of the arguments, so I don't want to repeat them for you here. But I became involved and introduced a bill to ban declawing in the state of Arizona. There have been several such bills introduced across the country. for a lot of the reasons that you've already heard. So I am asking for your support today for this measure, item number 43. A couple things that I want to point out as a physician is that humans have nails that originate in the nail bed, which is a bunch of soft tissue. So when earlier I'd heard about declawing, I thought that perhaps they might just remove the nail, like perhaps even a human nail. But unfortunately, that's not the case, because the anatomy is that in a cat, the claw comes directly out of the bone. So if you can imagine the tip of each of your fingers, there's a bone in there called the distal phalanx, and the claw comes directly out of there. So in order to declaw a cat, they actually have to amputate the bone. It's like losing the tips of your fingers. When I found out about this, I said, this is extremely cruel and inhumane, analogous to mutilation. So this is why I got involved. The scientific organizations that are veterinary have come down and said that there is no science justifying doing this practice. So this is the American Association of Feline Practitioners. It is backed by solid science, and some of the evidence that you guys had already heard regarding what happens to cats. There is a significant amount of pain involved. You can imagine that if you amputated some of the tips of your fingers, that's what you might feel. The other argument that we heard here in Arizona was that it was a threat to human health, which is why, as an emergency physician, I had to strongly speak out against such arguments. I've been practicing emergency medicine for about 20 years, and let me tell you, in those 20 years, I have never seen significant complications from cat scratches. And
that's time.
I'll wrap up by saying that I see plenty of cat bites that are very, very debilitating and very harmful to people. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Gabowski of Middleton, Wisconsin, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm here to talk on, I believe it's item 104. Has to do with the introduction of funding for police cameras, which I understand. I believe your former colleague Rebecca Kemble's already given notified you on this. There appears to be an existing. Hello?
Greg, let me pause you there. That item is just on our agenda for introduction, so it's not actually available for public comment at this point in time. So I would encourage you to perhaps email all alders with your thoughts. And this will come back. It's not up for adoption tonight, so this will come back to the council at a future date. And I would assume, although I don't want to presume how the council is going to vote, that it will be referred to several committees as well. So our next registrant is Larissa Joanna of District 2, to be followed by James DeGray.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list.
Do we have James DeGray of District 16 to be followed by Trish Cushman?
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, James.
Hi, my name is James D. Gray. I had been trying to speak on a couple of different points. I just realized that 104 is not something I can speak on, so I apologize on that. And I'm not certain of the number of the other item, and it's actually from a previous meeting of the Common Council, and there was not supposed to be action taken on Rindall until the Common Council had voted. And as far as I know, action's been taken without a vote having been taken, and I felt you needed to be given notice during your meeting. I thank you, and I hope you have a great meeting. Goodbye.
Thank you, James. Our next registrant is Trish Cushman of District 14.
There you go.
Hi, I am here to honestly just do the same thing because this is an important issue. I am a local community outreach worker who does this for no money, and people are still living at Rindall.
Again, Tris, that item is not on our agenda tonight. So I encourage you to email all alders at cityofmadison.com if you wish to speak on something that's not on our agenda. All right, so that is everyone we have for early public comment. President Abbas, it's time for the consent agenda.
At this time, a consent agenda will be moved with a recommended action listed for each item except number 1, item which have registrants wishing to speak, number 2, items which require extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, and number 3, items which older persons have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. Agenda item number 8 to 17 are public hearing item. The following items are extra majority item. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item number 69, legislative file number 68333, authorizing the city's execution of a purchase and sales agreement between the City of Madison and Amir F. Jafarnajad for the purchase of property located at 833 Hogarth Place in the City of Madison and amending the Economic Development Division 2021 capital budget by $620,000 to support such purchase related due diligence and holding cost. Required 15 votes. Agenda item number 71, legislative file number 68335, substitute approving the City of Madison application to the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin Office of Energy Innovation, Critical Infrastructure Microgrid and Community Resilience Center Pilot Grant Program. Required 15 votes. Agenda item number 74, legislative file number 68341, substitute authorizing the acceptance from the U.S. Treasury of a direct obligation to the City of Madison of Emergency Rental Assistance Fund in amount of $35 million made available under the Consolidated Appropriation Act 2021. Required 15 votes. Legislative file number, agenda item number 75, legislative file number 68375, substitute amending the 2021 adopted operating budget by appropriating a net amount of $1 million from the general fund balance to agency budget. Required 15 vote. Agenda items for exclusion. Legislative agenda item number 26, legislative file number 66949, confirming the Madison Common Council meeting formats for January through May of 2022. Agenda item number 104, legislative file number 68625, implementing body-worn camera pilot project, introduction for new business for referral without debate resolution by Alder Heck, and the concentration is for an additional refer to Public Safety Review Committee. Additional agenda item with recommendation made from the floor, legislative file number 68340, substitute, approving the allocation of up to $500,000 of additional affordable housing fund to Moving Out Inc., Red Caboose Housing Development, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to amend the city contract with Moving Out Inc. to reflect that charge. Recommended action is to approve the substitute. Agenda item with recommendation made from the floor as part of consent agenda is agenda item number 126, legislative file number 68742, directing the Park Division to remove the disabled watercraft within the Marshall Park Harbor pursuant to Wisconsin statute. And this should be adopted under suspension of the rules. Item introduced from the floor for referral, legislative file number 68735, authorizing an amendment to the purchases of services agreement between City and the Greater Madison Convention and Visitor Bureau. Recommended action is referred to Finance Committee on January 10th.
Thank you, President Abbas. We have registrants on items 43, 76, and 126 wishing to speak. So we'll exclude those items from the consent agenda as well. Are there additional items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. No exclusions. I just need to recuse myself from items 14 and 80, please. Thank you.
We'll note you as being recused on those items. Alder Bennett, exclusions, recusals, disclosures?
No, but I noticed that I requested for item number 104 to be referred to PCOB, and that was not mentioned in that list.
All right, so we'll add that and see if folks are willing to accept that as part of the consent agenda. So on item 104, the referrals would be to the PCOB on December 16th, the PSRC on January 12th, and the Common Council on January 18th. Is that correct, Alder?
Yes.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole?
I think item 75 was mentioned. I was unclear, but I would like to discuss that item, please.
Item 75 will be excluded for discussion.
Thank you.
Alder Curry?
Thank you. I'd like to be noted as recused from agenda item 76.
The clerk will make that note, please. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm asking for instructions on for item number 104 that is to be referred to the Public Safety Review Committee. What is the new process for referrals?
Alder, the process for referrals is for an alder to request the referral, provide a reason for the referral and the date to which the item would go to the requested referral committee and come back to the council. And so I believe in your email you have those requests from both Alder Heck and Alder Bennett for PSRC and PCOB respectively.
And if an alder wants to challenge those is that do we pull it off of the consent agenda or what's the process?
If you object to those referrals, you should ask for it to be excluded from the consent agenda.
I'd like for it to be excluded. Thank you.
You're welcome. We will exclude 104 from the consent agenda. Alder Vitiver?
I apologize, just need to disclose on item 110, Legistar 68654, that my spouse is an employee of the U.S. Geological Survey.
Thank you, Alder. We'll note that disclosure. Alder Carter.
Thank you. And I need a clarification, Mayor, even though the explanation on why the referral was sent to all alders, we do have the public that is listening and sometimes in person back in the day, but listening to the council meeting. So those explanations do need to be repeated at our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And since the item has been excluded, we will be taking those motions up separately. Alder Wahilahe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let item 74 and 76 be explained.
Is that a request for separation, Alder?
Yes.
All right, so item 76 is already excluded from the consent agenda. We'll add item 74. All right. Are there any other exclusions from the consent agenda and or disclosures or recusals? I see you, Attorney Haas, but let's go to Alder Foster first.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that item 22 is excluded. It was listed as 26 in the exclusion.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. I was going to clarify that. It is, in fact, item 22 and not item 26 that we are excluding. That's correct. Alder Furman.
Item, I guess 83 would need to be excluded since we're going to have a discussion about that.
Thank you, Alder. That's a good catch. Item 83. Attorney Haas?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification under our new ordinance, referrals from the floor need to be excluded from the consent agenda.
I'm not sure how we distinguish between a referral from the floor and a referral requested via email. I think we need to sort this process out a little bit more. Perhaps it will get easier when we are in person. One can only hope. But Attorney Haas, that applies to item number 104. I don't think it applies to any other items on our agenda today.
But I noticed it with 104. That was the one I was thinking of.
Right. Thank you.
With Alder Bennett's referral, at least.
Yeah, thank you. That's correct, Attorney Haas. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much. Attorney Haas did catch my concern because at a previous council meeting, the new process was stringently applied, and I wanted to make sure that that was consistent, and he did catch that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other exclusions, disclosures, recusals? Seeing none. Let me just go over that one more time so we're all on the same virtual page. Items 8 through 17 are public hearing items. The following are extra majority items: 69, 71. Items for exclusion are 22, 43, 74, 75, 76, 83, 104, and 126. There are additional recommendations on 73, which is to approve the substitute. And there is one item for introduction from the floor, legislative file 68735. Let me also note that on item 67, we have 4 registrants in support available to answer questions that are all representing the applicant. On item 73, we have 1 in support available to answer questions representing the recipient. On 81, we have 1 available to answer questions, and that is it for registrants on the consent agenda. Alder Figueroa Cole, something additional?
Thank you, Mayor. So you said that there was an introduction. Are those coming at the end, or if I have an introduction, do I do that now? Can you explain the process, please?
So we have an introduction from the floor noticed on our consent agenda. If you have an additional introduction from the floor, technically we do that at the end of the meeting, but we could take it now without objection.
So do I just give you the register number and email it to all of you? Is that the process?
You would read for us now the registrar number and the title, and then it would be polite to email everyone, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so the number is 68747.
I have a point of order, please.
Yes, Alder Harrington McKinney.
My point of order in terms of consistency. Normally, items read from the floor are at the end of the council agenda and not interjected before. Is there a consistent policy, or am I out of order?
Alder, it is generally our process to take them at the end of the agenda, but I did ask if there was objection. Without objection, we can do it as part of the consent agenda.
Well, that's why I raised my hand to object.
All right, we'll take it at the end then.
Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole, just be sure to ring in before the end of the meeting.
Okay, so the process then, I just need to give you the number and the title?
And the title.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Anything else on the consent agenda? Seeing none, then President Abbas.
Move motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Alder Carter,
Second to adopt.
moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda and the recommendations therein. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none. The consent agenda is adopted, and we will go to our public hearings. First item is the report of the Plan Commission. Item 8, Legistar 67120. I will open a public hearing on creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to rezone properties located at 341 State Street, 317 through 321 West Gorham Street, and 322 West Johnson Street. On item 8, we have several registrants, starting with Amal Goyal of Brooklyn, New York, in support representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Rich Lynch.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right. Thank you, Common Council, alders, anyone in the audience who's been involved with this project for the past 11 or so months. The Campus Area Neighborhood Association does not technically oversee the land where this project will be built. We were invited through the Mifflin Chair of Capital Neighborhoods, Inc., to sort of bring in as many people from the community who would be sort of affected by the development, so that we could have a more collaborative, inclusive neighborhood process. I, as the former president of the Campus Area Neighborhood Association at the time, invited as many students and young professionals in the neighborhood so that I could co-chair the steering committee alongside with Tim Camps, the chair of the Mifflin District. And over the past 11 months, I've seen Core Spaces put forth an incredible effort toward creating an affordable, low-cost housing component in this development. I've been impressed by their interest in our feedback, in our considerations, in our observations on what this development would be like for the State Street area. And I am very excited to support this sort of rezoning agenda item where they would get 2 additional stories than what is previously stipulated. The steering committee met 2 times with the neighborhood prior to having official meetings. We met about 5 times for official steering committee meetings, all of which are recorded and sent out to our listserv, where we ensured that, be it the height of this building on the State Street side, the impact of the style and what's the term I'm looking for? The percentage, the access options that were afforded to students through the low-cost housing program, the facade of the building overall that incorporates its historic value, the area's historic value. All of these things are very visible in the project as it stands to you today. And I urge the Common Council to adopt this agenda item, to approve this rezoning and honor the work of the neighborhood so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rich Lynch of District 13, to be followed by Thomas Newhar.
Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to thank all of you for your time and efforts tonight in making Madison the best it can be. My name is Rich Lynch, and I'm a Madison resident now for nearly 50 years, and I care very much for this city. I only want the best, well-planned, and most impactful developments to happen, particularly those that help with solutions to challenges such as affordable housing and sensible density, those which impact the quality of life for all of us as residents. I'd like you to know that as chairman of J.H. Findorf and Son, I've been working for them for 37 years. And I'd also want you to know that we've been working with Core Spaces planning this significant project for nearly 3 years, providing budgets and constructability solutions for the challenges on this difficult site, all of which was the effort to achieve the best project possible. And we share a very positive, successful relationship with Core. They've assembled a team of very talented architects and engineers for this, and the housing projects that they develop are, like the Hub and the James, thoughtful, well-designed, and demand the highest level of quality. And we take pride in delivering that quality, not only here in Madison, but with other student projects we've done together across the country. But that relationship is not the reason I'm here to talk to you tonight. I'd like to just stress the significance of this unique opportunity to provide additional affordable housing for students here at the UW. In the past 4 years, I personally, along with you, Mayor, and your predecessor, chaired a collective effort involving the city, the county, United Way, and a number of employers and funders in an endeavor to provide low-interest lending to incent developers in Dane County to increase the availability of affordable housing. To achieve this collaborative effort, we created a $12 million investment fund, which today is incenting these developers to include some portion of affordable units in their projects. These are the innovative, creative solutions that raise awareness toward helping those that need it. And I believe the proposed Core Spaces student housing project, with its affordable housing component, is one of those creative solutions. And that solution involved collaboration between Core Spaces, the university, the city, the surrounding neighborhoods. That in itself sends a strong message of support. So I feel we have a responsibility and an opportunity to send a message with this project. We need to support the bold and encouraging solutions that work toward affordable housing. Finally, I should also note that these 1,100 new residents have strong support from the construction trades unions and will generate between 600 and 700 jobs for our construction workers, along with additional labor to fabricate materials offsite. These are men and women in the trades who have felt the real slowdown brought on by the current health crisis. So we need you as key decision makers for Madison to join us in supporting this innovative solution. I urge you to vote in favor of the Core Spaces bold investment to provide quality, affordable housing for our students in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tom Newhar from District 13, to be followed by Bob Kleba.
Hi. I changed my registration, so I do support. I do not wish to speak, but I am available to answer questions.
Thank you, Tom. Our next registrant is Bob Kleba from District 2, to be followed by Brian Munson.
Thank you, Alders, Mayor, and City staff for your work on this resolution. I've been involved with this application in 3 different ways. First, my husband and I run the Canterbury Inn, where we are tenants in the 315 West Gorham building. We've known for a long time that the downtown plan and the building height map that defined this site for this kind of development. We were not surprised when we learned of this proposal early this year. Second, I worked with the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation to draft a letter to the Urban Design Commission supporting the facade preservation aspect of this proposal. The developers limiting the height to 3 stories on State Street and preservation of these important facade details on Gorham and Johnson will help our iconic State Street neighborhood, will help keep our iconic State Street neighborhood vibrant and maintain it as a destination. Third, I've attended the first neighborhood meeting and many of the subsequent steering committee meetings. I must tell the Common Council how well the developer heard the concerns raised by community members. Most importantly, the developer very creatively responded to the committee members' repeated requests for providing affordability. As a result of the hard work of city staff, community members, UW-Madison Office of Financial Aid, and the developer, the Common Council on 16 November authorized a land use restriction agreement to support low-cost student housing for 30 years on this site. This agreement sets a precedent for all developers in Madison and is a gateway to providing affordable housing in our current housing market. I understand that many would like to see real estate developers providing greater affordability. But you and I know that state law complicates what city staff and Common Council can do. We need to move forward with a significant step forward in providing affordable housing downtown. I urge you to approve the resolution before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Munson of District 13, representing Core Campus Manager LLC, to be followed by Rob Bach.
Great, thank you. Good evening. Brian Munson with Vanderwall Associates here on behalf of Core Spaces. We're happy to be here at tonight's meeting to discuss the groundbreaking Olive Madison mixed-use project. This redevelopment project creates the opportunity to strengthen State Street and enhance the neighborhood through the creation of mixed-use redevelopment built around the framework of the downtown plan and comprehensive plan's goals with a variety of heights and sustainable mixed-use urban infill. The project creates diverse housing options where currently there are none and delivers vibrant first-floor retail, expanded pedestrian streetscapes, and unique varied architecture that steps from 3 stories along State Street up to 6 stories and then to a 10-story section. The overall massing of the building has been carefully designed to maintain the desired character of State Street and fit into the context of the adjoining neighborhood, which, as noted in the staff report, features 7 buildings taller than the proposed within 1/8 of a mile, including the 13-story Ovation building immediately across Johnson Street. The extra 2 floors granted by the approval would create the financial mechanism to support the 6 different extraordinary measures included in the justification section of the submittal. This project's design also includes a retail incubator, currently in conversation with a local operator, integration of the contributing facades, unique rooftop open spaces, enhanced sustainable design throughout the building, including 3 times the required green roof surfaces, substantial tax base growth, and last but not least, a groundbreaking agreement with the City and University of Wisconsin Office of Financial Aid to create a new student affordability program within the building. Tonight is the culmination of more than a year of working closely with city staff, alders, CANA and CNI steering committee members, University of Wisconsin Office of Financial Aid, the Urban Design Commission, Plan Commission, and Common Council. And I wanted to thank them and acknowledge all the efforts that they did in regards to this project. This project is really an illustration of the process in motion, resulting in better outcomes. Each step along the way, the design team listened and made substantial modifications based on the discussion and comments about the project. This has resulted in final approval by UDC, which found that all the standards for the extra height were met, support for the historic facade integration from the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, approval from the University of Wisconsin and this body for the Student Affordability Program, support from the joint CANA CNI Neighborhood Steering Committee, and unanimous approval by the Plan Commission. All of this support is due to the careful consideration and thoughtful responses to comments that have strengthened and enhanced the project to the point where we are here tonight requesting final approval. The entire design team is registered, available to answer questions, and prepared to answer any that might come up and happy to further the discussion. Again, we thank you for your consideration tonight and ask for your support.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rob Bach of Chicago, Illinois, representing Core Campus Manager, LLC, to be followed by Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's really a pleasure to be back with you, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss our proposed Olive Madison development under consideration tonight. My name is Rob Bach. I'm Development Director with Core Spaces. And on behalf of Core and our entire team, I want to say a sincere thank you to everyone who has taken time out of their busy schedules to participate and provide valuable feedback on our proposal through the many community meetings, public hearings, or just casual conversations over really the past year and a half that we've been working on this project. We truly appreciate all this effort and believe our proposal represents the passion and dedication of everyone involved who has been involved all along the way to positively contribute to the future vision of downtown and State Street. We are incredibly excited that we've been able to work collaboratively with the Neighborhood Steering Committee, the UW-Madison and City of Madison to come to a final agreement on the low-cost rent component of the project. To our knowledge, this is really a first of its kind within the City of Madison and will set an excellent example for future development within the city. This program will greatly benefit our future residents and will ultimately make for a more diverse and inclusive community. So thank you again, and a reminder, as Brian mentioned, our full team is here this evening and really happy to answer any questions that might assist the council in their decision this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Elizabeth of District 4, to be followed by Robert Proctor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. First, I would like to thank city staff that helped me to the extent that they could. As the individual who filed the 2 petitions, I beg the Common Council to move to hear this proposal in January, not at today's meeting, for the following reasons. I believe that such a reprieve would adequately and correctly allow the voices of your constituents to be heard and heeded. I have been told from two different sources yesterday and today, and from city staff during this entire process, that the filing of a protest petition would automatically push the agenda item to January. I ask the alders to honor that interpretation. I believe that such a reprieve would adequately and correctly allow the voices of your constituents to be heard and heeded. I have several questions about why my petitions were invalidated and haven't had those questions answered before this meeting. I did not know that they were invalid until 3 p.m. this afternoon. As stated in Ms. Stouter's email, the council does not have to act on this item. You may. The city attorney advised that the council could act on the rezoning, but are not required to do so. There are no other formal means by which we can make our voices heard. And when we do find another means to express ourselves, we are being ignored. We clearly have the cards set against us. I believe that if we had until January, we'd be able to conform to the onerous requirements of that statute. The unfairness of this petition process is unfair to any entity that is not a massive corporation with an army of lawyers or property owners living in a community of other property owners, all of whom have lived there for at least one election cycle. I received a petition that has not been updated since 2013. The petition states, because of the notary requirement, and I quote in relevant part, it is nearly impossible, except in very unusual circumstances, for a petition containing more than a few signatures to also include the necessary acknowledgement. I was only able to fulfill this requirement by finding a notary that was able to knock with me free of charge. I would like to remind the alders respectively that the average cost and the maximum cost for each notarial act is $5. I was lucky that I found a notary that did not require payment for her services. By the very nature of this community, the vast majority of residents are also relatively transient. 889 people, mainly students, have raised their voice saying they do not want another high-rise luxury apartment building such as the Hub or the James. And yet their opinions are being ignored because of a process that is stacked against them. I ask you, alders, how is that fair to your constituents? How does it represent their interests? When trying to find the number of electors in the relative geographic area, I had to do so on my own. I was repeatedly told that what I was asking for would constitute legal advice. I took to Google Maps and did my best. I had no way of knowing the proper number of registered electors would be. For the sake of time, I will finish with this. I ask you, alders, how is this process fair to your constituents? How are you
If you could just wrap up, please.
How are you appropriately representing the students and the residents who support you so fervently that they seek out at election time? This process is virtually impossible. It even says so in the petition for the average citizen. I tell you again, 889 people, mainly students, have signed the online petition saying that they don't want another high-rise luxury building. I beg you, please wait until January. Such a reprieve would allow us more time to figure out why this petition was turned down and possibly correct our mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Proctor of District 4, representing Core Campus Manager, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually am just available for questions and don't need to make another statement. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the folks wishing to speak on this. We do have other folks registered as available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Bennett.
Hi, I would like to ask a question to Elizabeth McDonald.
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay. Well, I was wondering, because you, in your testimony, gave insight to why you wanted to, why you wanted this item referred to a later meeting. I was wondering if you could provide more insight into like how the protest petition process worked for you, and why it was difficult, or in your words, like unfair to be able to gather enough signatures, or maybe that's not the right way to say it, or, in order to fulfill the requirements for the protest petition?
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Well, to be completely frank, we were never told the specific number of registered electors within the address, within the area. I tried to ask several questions about which buildings would constitute within the geographic requirements, how many total registered electors were within the area, and I was met with the standard answer was, we can't tell you that constitutes legal advice. I found it incredibly frustrating because the area in the downtown, as I'm sure you're aware, Alder Bennett, is adjacent to the Ovation, the Domain, several houses along Broome Street, and specifically I'm referring to the Capitol Court apartments. These apartments have one high-rise and then 3 separate buildings that are open aired and have various they're 3 open air structures. Now, I tried to ask if the high rise, which has significantly more residents, would need to be included. Wasn't able to answer that question. I asked if the voter registration was up to date when it was last updated. Wasn't able to be told that information. I just would like to point out that it's the simple fact that there is a notary requirement requiring that each signature be acknowledged and or signed before a public notary just makes it impossible. And throughout all of this, I have the opportunity to fight this because I'm a student, but I just can't help to think of those that would not have the resources, that would not be able to interpret the legalese as I have to the extent that I can as a paralegal student, and who aren't able to afford the time to come to City Hall to try to get those questions answered. Further, I would like to just state that we, again, like I said in my speech, like we live in a city that is transient in nature, and the students are, quite frankly, just not aware that this project is happening. I understand that CANA and Core Spaces have done their best, but quite simply, almost every single student from whom I collected a signature and several who I've talked to separately have told me that they were not aware of this project and they do not want this project happening. So I just question why, when students are involved, when this is student housing, why aren't the students more involved and why aren't they aware of this?
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for that insight. I was also hoping if you could speak more towards like why you filed the protest petition, and the other petition that you were referring to that I believe you said received over 800 signatures. And I guess I'm hoping you could provide insight to like exactly like why you're filing this protest petition, and the former petition on change.org, and what you would like to see from this development.
So I filed the petition because it was my understanding that we would be able to force a supermajority on the Common Council at the subsequent meeting, the meeting after the proposal was initially meant to be heard. So I filed this petition because it's the only formal means, quite frankly, that we could make our voices be heard. And the online petition, while I'm very proud of it, and I'm amazed that we have 889 signatures, we are in a pandemic, and we have really no other way of making our voices heard. And and on a personal note, I filed this petition because I was forced to move because of rent. These high-rise luxury apartment buildings are very tilted towards the developer and the landlord company. I could not get out of I had to move when I had the opportunity to, because otherwise I would be locked into my rent. So I filed because I was forced to move because of prices and because the majority of people and some do not want this building and have no other means of making their voices heard.
Thank you so much. And lastly, I guess, well, it's a two-part question. One, I know that you just mentioned that you had to move out of the downtown area in which this new development would be placed because of the prices, although this includes a low-cost component. What are your thoughts about that? And I mean, I know the zoning changes that are in front of us we're not supposed to base that off of the low cost component and instead like the height limits. And so what are your thoughts about the height limits themselves?
Personally, I think that the developer is holding the admirable parts of this building hostage. I think that if they wanted to contribute to the solution of affordable housing, and they wouldn't hinge the equitable housing component on the additional 2 floors. Further, I think that these, if there are 2 additional stories, that would provide approximately 220 beds. Why is it that in an 1,100 bed building that with the additional 2 stories, which again add 220 beds, that only 110 beds are eligible for this this component? Further, I would question, there are several concerns, and I expressed these as well, over students' privacy and confidentiality over their financial background. It seems counterintuitive that with the two bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments, and those apartments being the only beds available for this discount, it seems counterintuitive. It would seem that unless the student who's receiving the discount reaches out and tells their roommates that they need roommates because they need to get this component, that's counterintuitive to the initial privacy promises that the developer made at the beginning of this process.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for your time.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of our registrants? Seeing no further questions, I'll close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to adopt with conditions.
Alder Carter. Can we get a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on this item? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion on item 8? Alder Bennett?
Hi, I'd like to, sorry, I'm trying to think of like the exact language to use. I'd like to submit an alternate.
You'd like to make a substitute motion, Alder.
Thank you. Sorry. It's been a long day. I'd like to make a substitute motion to refer this item to the January 4th meeting, and I can speak to that.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to refer this item to January 4th. Alder Bennett?
Thank you. As we just heard in the in public comment from one of the organizers of the petition, Elizabeth, this whole process to have public input and for petitioners to make their voices heard is extremely difficult. When you look at the protest petition guidelines, it quite literally only favors those that have money or have or own property themselves and live in it small community in which they can easily gather that many signatures. According to Wisconsin state statute, a person filing a petition only needs to gather signatures and then submit it to a notary, after which time the notary can sign it. In this situation, the organizers of the protest petition had to literally have a notary next to them while they walked around to different apartments, and so that they can notarize their signatures. This is an extremely cumbersome process that does not favor the population that is in the downtown area, and especially students, especially because those that are the only people that are recognized under a protest petition are registered voters. How is it ethical for us to only give voice to those that have the means to be registered voters, who are citizens, who have the luxury of having their own property and own living situations that don't reflect the downtown area. And furthermore, in this, it's honestly quite frustrating because at this point in time, the Change.org has gained 889 signatures. That is not just a small amount of people that are in opposition to this development. When this development came to Plan Commission, it had 469. Plan Commission, it had 469 signatures. In between that 2 weeks' time, it had nearly doubled that amount to 889 people that do not support this. And we should be giving voice and enough time for them to organize and be able to speak towards this item. And I can speak in general to the item itself, but that's essentially why I would like to see this referred, just to make it a more equitable process to those that do not support.
Thank you, Alder. I'm going to take us back to questions for staff since we have a new motion in front of us, which is referral. So on the motion of referral, are there questions for staff, President Abbas?
Yeah, I have a question for Heather, please.
Yes, Director Stouter. Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, Heather, could you please explain about, give a little background about this project, especially about the outreach, neighborhood meeting, how long this whole process took, so for get some clarity about how much this outreach was done on this project. Also, the second question is, with this referral, probably it's more question for the owner, but how this will impact their timeline. I'm also curious to know how this will impact the project.
Thank you, President Abbas. I can share what I know, and I think your colleague Alder Verveer may even have a better grasp on the outreach because he was probably involved in much more of it than our team was. But I know that the outreach on this project has been ongoing for many months. There have been many meetings with folks who you heard from this evening, a steering committee that was created to assist this project as it went through. And I think some of the issues regarding the duration of time that students live here are really germane to this, because some students who were in Madison and involved when this first was being discussed no longer live in the city. And I think we've heard from some of them tonight. I think that, again, many meetings with both long-term Madisonians and with students who are shorter term Madison residents have taken place and have really shaped this project. And when I talk about the shape of the project, coming from where the planning division sits and the plan commission, we're really focused on the land use that's the land use decision that's before you this evening. So the design of the building, the massing of the building, the architectural details, et cetera. But I think the steering committee has also had a lot of input and direction provided into the land use restriction agreement that really stipulates the affordability or the income restrictions for a given number of these units over the course of the next 30 years. In fact, I believe that the development team was flexible and really talked with the steering committee about the type of units they would prefer to see the affordability in. And the steering committee direction was to make sure that as many students as possible could get as low of a monthly rent price as possible. That was the direction that they provided, which is my understanding is that's the decision that was made due to the input from the steering committee. So the outreach has been very robust. I would say the project has changed immensely since its first time at informational presentations to staff, and has improved quite a bit throughout that time. And then your second question, I didn't write your second question. Outreach, the second piece, say a couple words again.
Timeline, this referral.
Oh, the timeline moving forward. Thank you. I would need to defer to the applicant team, but my understanding is that this would impact their contract to purchase the property would need to be extended longer, and they are eager to get a contract signed due to labor shortages, materials shortages, just to develop the certainty that this project can open on an August timeline, which it would need to hit that timeline. And so I think after having been referred for a few months' time, while they worked in good faith with the city and the UW on the land use restriction agreement, this is before the council here at the end of the year, and I believe that they feel kind of up against the wall to get this moving so that they can get the project in the ground, constructed in time to meet an August move-in date. So, my understanding is that a delay of 1 month doesn't necessarily just mean a delay of 1 month for project opening. It may actually mean more than that. But again, for more detail, I'd have to defer to the applicant team.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stauder. Madam Mayor, if it's, I know we are asking the staff, is it okay if we can get that answer about the delay from the owner? We can hear their opinion, if that's okay.
Is there any objection to bringing back somebody from the development team? I'm not seeing an objection, President Abbas. So we've got Brian Munson might be your best bet.
I see the hand raised by Rob.
Oh, go ahead then, Rob.
Thank you, President Abbas. Yeah, so to speak to the timeline, Heather really kind of put a lot of the details into perspective, and all of those are true, both our contractual obligations on the land as well as the constructability. And where we sit today is a 1 month delay, as Heather mentioned, doesn't just mean a 1 month delay to the overall timeline of the project. We're up against the wall right now as far as actually getting this building constructed. So to be able to start construction and complete it for a fall 2024 delivery, where we sit right now is we can make that's achievable. But 1 month delay would actually delay our project a full year because we couldn't hit that August lease start date in line with the school year. So that would be delaying it a full year until 2025. So that would be all the other implications that go along with it. We'd really consider that we fully hear the project here this evening and make a final decision this evening.
Thank you very much, Rob. I really appreciate it. No further question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Heck, is it questions? Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. This could be for Heather, but Attorney Haas may need to weigh in. I'm interested in process-wise, from your perspective, if there is a referral, what would change? I don't believe that the petition can be added to or errors corrected, as was suggested. Could you verify that? Is it essentially just a delay, and then we take up the rezoning in January at our next meeting? Is there anything with regards to petitioning or such that would change?
I can, I'll defer to Attorney Haas.
Thanks. That's correct. All new signatures cannot be added. The ordinance does refer to changes to a timely filed protest petition can be made by noon on the Thursday before the subsequent meeting. But the timely filed protest petition is the petition that was filed by yesterday's deadline. So I interpret that changes term to mean if there are corrections to address information or something like that, or withdrawing names, people might want their name taken off the petition. Names cannot be added to the petition. So you would be presented with the same petition, the same number of signatures on January 4th as you are tonight.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Heather. So this question is for you. One of the questions that I had when reviewing the agenda was regarding the 20%. How many people? 20%. How many people are accounted for the 20% on that high density area? And nobody seemed to be able to give me an answer on that. But then in today's memo, there seems to be a clear number of 640 people. So I'm trying to understand why, that whole petition process definitely needs to be looked at. But I'm trying to understand why do we have, if we have a threshold of 20%, what mechanisms do we have in place to ensure that when an applicant asks, what is my 20%, what is my target, we can readily have that information available for them?
Well, that would be a pretty major shift in our practice, and it would entail a lot of work, proactive work by the city clerk's office. Basically, once we know the set of addresses that are relevant to a protest petition area, we can provide those to the city clerk's office, and they can run through a database, statewide database, to figure out who are the registered electors within those addresses, so residing at those addresses. And in fact, I worked closely with a colleague in the clerk's office today to find and provide that information. They do not provide that information. It's not available on a public database. They don't provide it upon, request before a protest petition is filed. However, if a petitioner would submit a public records request, that would need to be fulfilled by our city clerk's office. Now, with these particular areas, there are 6 different ways you can succeed in filing a protest petition based on the percentage of registered electors or the percentage of land owned near a subject property. In this particular case, the petition would have needed to include either 87 signatures or 128 signatures of registered electors in order to be valid, depending on which of those options were chosen. The 2 petitions filed had respectively 7 signatures and 20 signatures. So 7 instead of 87 and 20 instead of 128. Furthermore, when the city clerk really looked into it and looked at the signatories on these submitted petitions, only 1 and 3, depending on the petition, were actually valid, verified, registered electors. And so we, in summary, we had 1 petition submitted with 1 verified registered elector, whereas we would have needed 87 signatures on that one. And then the other petition had 3 verified registered electors, and we would have needed 128. So this petition, both of the petitions, are quite far from the number of signatures that would have been needed in order to be a valid protest petition.
I mean, I totally understand. Thank you for that information. But again, just this takes me back to us having to collect X amount of signatures to put our names on the ballot. And everybody advises you need to pick up 20, but the requirement is 20, but pick up 40, right? Because you don't know which ones are valid or whatever. We have a target, specific target. A percentage is not a target. And I see that as a barrier for anybody to try to, to plan ahead on how many people they need to collect signatures. That's really the point I really wanted to understand. And that's what I mean about this petition needs to be, the petition process as a whole, it's a little bit convoluted. But anyhow, thank you for the input.
Thank you. Alder Revere, questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I would appreciate it if City Attorney Haas or Planning Division Director Stouter could respond to the concerns that were articulated by Ms. McDonald in her email to all alders prior to our meeting this afternoon. Heather, in part, you've explained in more detail the number of deficiencies under the two different subsections that Ms. McDonald filed her protest petition under. But as you know, and again, Attorney Haas can also please weigh in, as you know, the reality is that staff did inform Ms. McDonald, and I have to admit and confess to everyone that I too informed Ms. McDonald over the weekend that our understanding of the ordinance as amended in 2017 is that if the petitions were filed prior to noon yesterday, they shall be referred to the next Common Council meeting. So I can understand and appreciate her frustration on that. So if Ms. Stouter and Attorney Haas could please, as they choose to respond to that, please explain how the interpretation of the City Attorney's Office and perhaps the Planning Division and Building Inspection Divisions had changed over the last hours and perhaps days from what the earlier interpretation was. That would be helpful.
Heather, would you like me to start on that? Sure. I think I would, take some responsibility for the change in the interpretation as we looked at when the petition, of course, just came in yesterday. And it is true that the ordinance says it shall be referred. And that explains why, the petitioner was given that advice in the last week. However, in looking at the ordinance and the staff memo that accompanied the 2017 amendment, it was clear that one of the main purposes of that change was to allow the staff time to process the petition. And it also, I think, assumes that, I think the responses to the petitioner, assumes that you have a petition that is at least somewhat close to being sufficient so that the staff actually needs additional time to process a petition and determine how many valid signatures there are. And in light of the fact that there were so few signatures submitted and staff had the time to process it, which was a main concern of the amendment, I read that shall be referred as directory. In other words, it's not a mandatory shall be referred. It allows it to be referred. There's no penalty to the council or the city if it's not referred. So that was my interpretation, which I will be honest, I did not come to until this morning after we had discussed it further. And so at that time, we got back together with the planning staff to determine whether or not they would have time today to process a petition and make the determination. There are certainly complications and obstacles created by the ordinance, but this is an ordinance that's not required in the statutes. The city's not required to have this protest petition process. And there are obstacles that are inherent in in the ordinance. Whether or not the ordinance needs to be changed is another issue. But the requirements for the notarized signature, that's in the ordinance, so that's not something that can be waived. And again, if we interpret it as, I think the unusual result, if we interpret it as shall be referred and must be referred, you could have a petitioner submit a petition 10 days ago with 5 signatures, and that petition could be acted on tonight. And yet a petition submitted yesterday with 1 signature could force the council to not only refer the matter, but to require a 3/4 vote. And that just doesn't seem like it's a logical result under the ordinance.
Thank you. And then Ms. Stouter, could you briefly just respond to that other main point in Ms. McDonald's email to us of around 4:30 this afternoon, that your memo to the Common Council and the mayor this afternoon did not specifically speak to the 2 separate distinct petitions, the subsections E and F, respectively? I know you responded to Alderperson Bennett on that score, but the entire council hasn't heard you specifically address that concern.
Sure. Thank you, Alder Verveer. And, any confusion or mistake in that memo was my own. I'll start with that. I think that we took, as advantageous a view as possible toward the petitioners in this case. And if it had been a single petition of 27 signatures for any of the means by which one can create a valid protest petition, it would have been closer, still very, very far from that 20% threshold, but it would have been closer than taking 2 separate petitions, one that has only 20 signatures and one that has 7. And of those, very, very few are actually verified electors. So, we took as sort of liberal or advantageous approach as possible in our analysis toward the petitioners and lumped them together into one to see if those 27 signatures as a whole would meet any of the 6 ways in which a protest petition could be valid. And it wouldn't come close even if they were one petition, but certainly if they were divided into 2 different petitions, they would be even further from meeting the necessary thresholds for those 2 ways that the petitioners sought to provide the protest petition. Does that get to your question?
Yes, very much so. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions for staff. The motion is referral to the January 4th meeting. Is there discussion? Alder Verveer?
Thank you again. I do not support the motion to refer this, and let me explain my rationale for that. First, at the outset, I do want to publicly apologize to Elizabeth McDonald for misleading her, for staff misleading her, the fact that the interpretation of staff, and I'm not maligning or criticizing staff when I say this, but the reality is that the staff interpretation of the ordinance as it relates to this present situation did evolve, as you heard, over the last hours and days. And I feel badly about that. I truly do. With that said, I do not believe that a referral would be productive or helpful in any sense. I think actually it would be the opposite. So I do respectfully disagree with my colleague, Alderperson Bennett, on referral here. I want all of you to know that, as someone as Planning Division Director Stouter stated, was likely involved at every step of the public and process and many private conversations with the development team and interested downtown stakeholders, neighborhood activists, and so forth over the course of the year here on this development proposal. That I truly do believe that it was a substantial process that was entirely facilitated by our volunteer downtown neighborhood associations, campus area neighborhood association, and capital neighborhoods. As you've already heard, I just want to be here to confirm they jointly worked together in what we call a neighborhood steering committee process and worked with this development team throughout most of this year. We had a publicly noticed, that is postcard noticed meeting for the community back in April 19th of this year. My first conversations with the development team were well over a year ago about this in the late summer of 2020. And they immediately introduced this proposal to the two affected neighborhood associations with regular notice monthly meetings late last year, early this year. So this has been, I think, a very good process. I can appreciate the criticisms and appreciate that reasonable people won't agree at the outcome and the neighborhood association's recommendations that I was planning to discuss when we get to the main motion here momentarily. But I do believe that a referral would be counterproductive and only jeopardize the increased costs of the project, the construction of the project, which is a 24-month construction process, jeopardize the granting of a certificate of occupancy in August of 2024 for the opening of this proposal if approved and built. So I urge my colleagues to allow us to proceed to the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Mayor, I do support referral, and I do that somewhat reluctantly. I would prefer to take action on it tonight. I don't look forward to the prospect of repeating public testimony, and I think by the accounts, it looks like the petition will be still found invalid. But my read of our ordinance is that by filing the petition in the timing that it was filed in, that causes the referral. And the question of whether it's a valid petition doesn't really come into play. I think that needs to get updated. I think the entire ordinance needs to get reviewed and updated. I think it's fairly problematic. But I also feel that if the tables were turned and if it were a development team with fancy lawyers and there was some question about this and they were told up to the morning of the meeting that it would be referred and then a change in sort of staff interpretation happened at the last minute, I am very skeptical that we would risk sort of pushing forward and risking a lawsuit that we didn't follow our procedure. And so I think in this case, we need to have the same deference for a petition that was filed by residents. And so I will be supporting the referral.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would not support the referral. As we heard from Alder Verveer, there's a lot of outreach has been done. Many public meeting has been done. I also watched the video of a plan commission meeting. It was unanimously approved. Also, this particular project, I also want to reinstate that delaying another year to the project is actually increasing more cost and more housing pressure on students. A lot of 2-3 stories, wooden blocks, they are affordable. And the reason they can be affordable if we have more housing for students. If we have less housing, then more students are competing for the same location and it increases the cost of the housing. We already see in my neighborhood or surrounding neighborhood, part of my neighborhood is close to Emerson East and close to Tanny Park. There's a lot of housing pressure from the students and the cost of the housing is going really up. I do think so as this process was completely done. This is unfortunate. We have situation with petition. I respect that. But as we already been through the process and it's much needed development and the process already, a lot of community process has been done. I do think so it's the right time for us to go to the next step and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Bennett.
Yes, so I will try to make this brief. But obviously, I'm going to be supporting referral. It is indeed unfortunate that the interpretation of this ordinance suddenly changed within hours of us taking this to council. It is indeed unfortunate that only registered voters, only those that have the financial and timely means to get this petition process properly are counted in this process. And like Alder Foster said, if the tables were turned, we wouldn't have this issue. If the tables were turned, we know that companies that have enough means to get this petition through would do so. But moreover, to those that wanted to speak at this meeting and then suddenly found out that, or wanted to speak on this item and made plans under the understanding that it would be in the January 4th meeting, only to find out hours before that it would be discussed tonight, deserve the opportunity to speak on it. Those that the 879 people that signed that petition deserve to be recognized. And finally, to talk about Madison's housing needs in terms of students, the thing is that we don't recognize how our housing market is different to the greater campus community. You know, we all just went through redistricting. Those two blocks, in which one of these blocks is where this development is situated, has gained over 6,000 residents in the past 10 years. And housing prices aren't dropping anytime soon. And this is because we know that the student population itself has a transient nature. When students come in as freshmen, seniors leave, it's about the same amount of students that were here the year before and the year before and the year before. It's not like we have tens of thousands of new students coming to campus, taking up all these housing. These housing are taken up by those that can afford to live there, those that have six-figure salaries at Epic, those that can have the means to pay luxury prices downtown. And that simply is not recognized when we're talking about the housing market for students. So I wanted to put that out there. And at the end of the day, I don't know if the 1 month delay is going to be as significant as stated, because I've received convoluted information about how that timeline would change. 1 minute, it's not as big of a deal. And the next minute, it's the end of the world. So in support of those that are students, in support of those that don't support this, that want to speak on it, I encourage you all to support referral.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a discussion earlier with Alder Bennett and the petition person that put the petition forward, McDonald, I think her last name. So I understand the situation, and now that we have had this discussion here in council, it's even more clear that we definitely dropped the ball on this one. I agree with Alder Foster's sentiment on regards of us saving our skin. If it was someone with money that will sue the city, we'll probably look the other way. But at the same time, I am in support of this project as a whole. I understand the project is not perfect. I understand that It's the first time we do something like this. I'm actually eager to see this to see this put into place. I'm eager to see new projects coming throughout the year that are even better than the one that we put it on the floor today. So it is kind of hard for me to just refer this to the January meeting when there is no clarity on there's no real clear expectation on what will change between now and January. The first time that we refer this from the finance meeting and we put a hold on it, there was clear asks on what we wanted, or what the changes that were needed. And it triggered a bunch of meetings and it triggered a lot of discussions. And the developer came back with something something better than they had initially provided. So I understand that the deal is not perfect. I understand that there is a need for even better housing. I totally appreciate Alder Bennett's insight on the life of students, and it's something that we really need to take serious for when we continue to make these kind of arrangements. But I just don't see what referring it to the January meeting is going to do for the actual process that we have in place right now. So I am committed, like I explained on our conversation earlier today. I am committed to look at this petition process. This is my second round with petitions where I really feel like, what is this language? I don't understand it. It doesn't seem fair. So I am committed to work on that ordinance and to make sure that we make it more equitable. But for this particular, at this particular moment, I wouldn't be supporting a referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to refer to the January 4th Common Council meeting. I anticipate disagreement, so all those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed to referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman. No. Furman, no. Halverson.
No.
Halverson, no. Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck.
No.
Heck, no. Lemmer.
No.
Lemmer, no. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer.
No.
Verveer, no. Vitiver.
No.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas.
No.
President Abbas, no. Alvarez.
No.
Alvarez, no. Benford.
No.
Benford, no. Bennett.
Aye.
Bennett, yes. Aye. Carter.
No.
Carter, no. Conklin.
Aye.
Conklin, aye. Curry.
No.
Curry, no. Evers.
No.
Evers, no. Figueroa Cole.
No.
Figueroa Cole, no. That is 3 aye, 16 no.
You didn't call my vote. I vote aye.
Foster, aye. Right.
Thank you.
My apologies. Count remains the same.
With 3 ayes, the motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Are there
Roll
questions?
call.
We'll get there, Alder. Are there questions for staff on the motion to adopt? Is there discussion on the motion to adopt? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I encourage the council to join the Unanimous Plan Commission, the Urban Design Commission, the city's planning staff, the Campus Area Neighborhood Association, Capital Neighborhoods, and others in supporting this rezoning. I do believe that there is a lot to like about this proposal, but it is important that we also acknowledge that there is not overwhelming support, perhaps, by all corners of the downtown community. As you heard, obviously one person tonight that is very much opposed, and it went to the extensive efforts of securing, signatures for a protest petition. To me, the most important aspect of this proposal, in my estimation, is the groundbreaking land use restriction agreement that this council approved at our last meeting. As a reminder, low-cost beds will be reserved for a minimum of 30 years as a result of the very significant acknowledgement that we gave that proposal at our last meeting. I want to thank Alderperson Bennett, city staff, UW Student Financial Aid office staff, and certainly the development team for working very hard on this aspect of the proposal. It truly is significant. I hope that this will set a precedence for future student housing. Certainly, it's an absolute minimum bar that we should all follow, and much more significantly so as we move forward in the coming years with a proposal to seek a private partner to rebuild the Lake Street parking garage and hopefully construct a new intercity bus terminal at that location with high density housing above. That is a given that has to occur, and with those city owned air rights. This model was first discussed 5 years ago in a city housing strategy paper that Matt Wachter largely produced, as I say, about 5 years ago now. And I appreciate that this was able to come to fruition. The reality is that the reason it was able to come to fruition and why the development team was so willing to embrace this is, of course, the reason why this is on our agenda tonight at all, and that's the need for a rezoning to allow for the excess height that they are seeking, 2 additional stories in excess of the downtown height map. Whether you want to call it a density bonus or what have you, the reality is that for over a year now, the development team has talked about wanting to exceed the downtown height map by 2 stories. I was very upfront and said that I was not excited about that proposal, given that the height map was largely discussed and debated in the community not that many years ago. But with their agreement to look at some sense of affordability, that more than compensated for my concerns, and particularly when we were able to get this locked in a legally defensible agreement through the council action at our last meeting. As it relates to the excess height, I want to also emphasize that the Urban Design Commission did overwhelmingly vote to recommend that the standards for excess height are met, and that too should provide all of us comfort this evening. I think that the greater State Street area recovery from the pandemic will be helped immensely through this significant investment in the 300 block of State Street. I think it will absolutely be a catalyst for development of a new State Street area tax incremental finance district by this body in the new year. And I do believe that it will be a welcome addition to the downtown landscape. As we all well know, we need additional housing in our community. This obviously is an extreme example of density, and I do believe that this block can support this level of significant density. So with all that said, I obviously urge your support for the rezoning this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bennett.
So, as you may concur, I am not going to support this. And here are a few reasons why. I know that I already laid into the 879 signatures on the protest petition, but I just wanted to bring to light some of the comments on that petition. Angela stated, Madison doesn't need more fancy apartments for rich kids. Another person named Elizabeth Trenta stated, Alderman says they won't approve height without commitment for affordable housing. So Core Spaces presents a vague plan calling average prices equitable amongst very high standard prices. This feels performative and disrespectful to students, Madison residents, and everyone who will be impacted by how this will disrupt downtown. Another stated, Alexis Stewart stated, as a longtime resident of Madison, as well as a student at the university, projects like this are pricing students like myself from lower socioeconomic standing from living near the university we attend. As a student from this group, it already makes attending the university difficult, while projects like this exacerbate this very real issue. Students, Madison residents, and locals are sick of the way housing development companies have inflated the rental market in our beloved city. It's time to stop. These comments and many others were made not only in the petition, but also to myself when I spoke to various students about this development. The overarching theme is about like the harm that students have seen with luxury developments, including those that Core Spaces has developed in the past, such as the Hub and the James apartments. As we know, these prices are extremely expensive, but then we are presented with this low-cost housing component. And I still take issue with this housing component, as do many other students when this component was explained. Firstly, that it is only for 2-bed, 2-baths, which means that students' privacy would be disclosed. Students' financial information privacy would be disclosed just because of the nature of finding roommates. And furthermore, that the low-cost housing component is based off of market rate rent prices. This means that while the conjecture that CORE has presented is that the average prices for this low-cost component may be $600 now, and 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, those prices can be jacked up quite easily, and we'll see prices that are not affordable, upwards $800, $900. I wouldn't be surprised if this happened, and that defeats the purpose of what we are trying to accomplish today. And like Alder Verveer stated, he was not excited about this proposal without a low-cost component. And I still don't think that this meets what we want. And I'll remind us today that our decision is not supposed to be based off of this low-cost component, but we know that even in Plan Commission, like their statements were about the low-cost component. And it's supposed to be the height. I don't believe that this project will pass should it not include that component. And also, I do believe that this is innovative and like Alder Verveer stated, it's been worked on for about 5 years. This might be the first proposal that comes to us today, but I would say that we have that this conversation shouldn't be led by private companies. It should be led by us as the city. We have other proposals coming forward, such as the Lake Street Campus Garage, where we can set the standards for what this component should look like. And at the end of the day, when I have my constituents telling me that they do not support this, even with the low-cost component, I cannot in good confidence support these zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on this item. A roll call has been requested. So the motion is to adopt the substitute on item 8. All those in favor of adoption, aye. Those opposed to adoption, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Berman, Aye.
Furman, I. Halverson.
Aye.
Halverson, I. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Harrington McKinney, I. Heck.
Aye.
Heck, I. Lemmer.
Aye.
Lemmer, I. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
Aye.
Miadzi, I. Verveer.
Aye.
Verveer, I. Vitiver.
Aye.
Vitiver, I. Wahelia.
Aye.
Wahelia, I. President Abbas.
Aye.
President Abbas, I. Alvarez.
Aye.
Alvarez, I. Benford.
Aye.
Benford, I. Bennett.
No.
Bennett, no. Carter.
Aye.
Carter, I. Conklin.
No.
Conklin, no. Curry.
No.
Repeat, please.
No.
Curry, no. Evers.
Aye.
Evers, I. Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Figueroa Cole, I. Foster.
Aye.
Foster, I. That is 16 I, 3 no.
With 16 ayes, item 8 passes. And that will take us to item 9. Just give me a moment to refresh our registrants. Item 9 is Legistar 67965. I'll open a public hearing on a new license for Cambria. On item 9, we have one registrant, Kimberly Albert of District 17, in support, available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 9? Seeing none, I'll close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Move motion to grant.
Second to grant.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of granting? Seeing no objection, that item is granted. That takes us to item 10, Legistar 67966. I'll open a public hearing on a new license for the Southern Skillet Bistro and Ultra Lounge. We have no registrants. We'll close the public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to place on file without prejudice.
Second to place on file without prejudice.
It's moved and seconded to place on file without prejudice. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is placed on file. Item 11 is Legistar 68287. I will open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Cedar Street and Belt Street Assessment District of 2022. On item 11, we have no registrants. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote is recorded. Item 12 is Legistar 68288. I will open a public hearing on approving plans, specifications, and a schedule of assessment for Cedar Street Assessment District 2022. We have no registrants on item 12. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 12. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. Item 13 is Legistar 67825. Open a public hearing on creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties at 3953 to 4051 Kip Street. On item 13, we have no registrants. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objections, that item is adopted with conditions. On item 14, which is Legistar 67846, we'll open a public hearing on creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning at 216 through 222 North Midvale Boulevard. On item 14, we have two registrants. Kevin Burrow of Middleton in support, available to answer questions, representing Gnothi and Bruce Architects, and John Flad of University Ave in support, also available to answer questions. Are there questions for either of our registrants on item 14? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Move motion to adopt with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 14 with conditions. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote is recorded. Item 15 is Legistar 67852. I will open a public hearing on creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at 3402 Monroe Street. Both the to amend the general development plan and approving the specific implementation plan. On item 15, we have one registrant, Philip Bostick of District 13, in support, available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 15? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
It's moved and seconded to adopt item 15. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote will be recorded. Item 16 is Legistar 67873. I'll open a public hearing on the substitute amending tables in the Madison General Ordinances to add bicycle parking as allowed in front, side, and rear yard setbacks, and uncovered decks allowed in permitted setback encroachments. On item 16, we have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 16. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, item 17 is Legistar 68079. I will open a public hearing on amending portions of the Madison General Ordinances regarding accessory dwelling units. On item 17, we have one registrant, Nicholas Davies of District 15, in support, not wishing to speak. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 17. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 17. And that brings us to the end of our public hearings. And on to items excluded from the consent agenda. Alder Wahilahi?
May I request a 10-minute recess?
You may, in fact, make that motion, Alder. Is there a second for a 10-minute recess?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, it's 9:41. We'll be back at 9:51, and we are recessed. All right, it's 9:51, so I'll ask alders to please return and turn your cameras back on. And I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Furman.
Aye.
Furman is present. Halverson.
Present.
Halverson is present. Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Harrington McKinney is present. Heck.
Here.
Heck is present. Lemmer.
Here.
Lemmer is present. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
Present.
Miadzi is present. Verveer.
Here.
Verveer is present. Vitiver.
Present.
Vitiver is present. Wahelia.
Here.
Wahelia is present. President Abbas.
Present.
President Abbas is present. Alvarez.
Here.
Alvarez is present. Benford.
Present.
Benford is present. Bennett. Bennett. Carter. Carter. Conklin.
Present.
Conklin is present. Curry. Curry.
Here.
Curry is present. Evers.
Here.
Evers is present. Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Figueroa Cole is present. Foster.
Here.
Foster is present. Bennett.
Here.
Bennett is present. And Carter. There's no response from Carter. We do have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we are on to item 22. I'll ask the clerk to note that Alder Carter is here. And item 22 is Legistar 68601, confirming the Madison Common Council meeting formats for January through May of 2022. President Abbas, let's get a motion first, and then we have public comment.
Sure. Motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. We have two registrants on this item, if they're still with us. First registrant is Mara Aish of District 10, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Good evening. My reason to want to speak is simply that as the council makes a decision about meeting in person or meeting virtually, the ability of the public to participate, we are still in a pandemic, and I don't think we want to eliminate the voices of the public that are able to participate virtually much more easily than in person at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of District 17.
Mayor, Bob is not in the list.
All right. Are there any questions for our registrant then? Seeing up Alder. Oh, no, that wasn't an Alder. Seeing no questions. The motion.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor. I'm thinking the person raising their hand listed as Rita and Bob might be Bob Schaefer.
All right. Bob, is that you?
Yes, it is me.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry that I left Rita on there, but I didn't notice that until it was coming up in the thing there. So, yes, I think that I understand the importance of meeting in person for the council. I have attended many meetings in person, and that I think that what there needs to be is we're using new technology. We need to look into virtual and in-person combined. And I know that this is possible because the East Side Coffee with the Cops is doing this right now. And so I think that if you're really looking for participation from the community, that then providing some means for people to watch and be part of the discussion in terms of providing public comment, that I think that the city has the technology, the people who could provide the technology to make it possible to do that virtual and in person. So this would not necessarily mean that the people that were in virtual would have to be visible, but that we aren't in this case anyhow. So I strongly recommend that the city consider moving to a platform that incorporates both. It also perhaps would allow alders who for some reason are tied up or whatever to be able to participate without having to be present in person. So again, I think that if the council is wanting to have input from the community and or that then they can demonstrate this by coming up with a plan to be able to do it in person and virtual.
Thank you. Are there questions for either registrant? Seeing none, the motion on item 22 is to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Furman?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted Attorney Haas to explain and clarify the new location ordinance. So council members can get the clarification that him and I talked about a little bit via email today, just so we're all clear what really matters tonight when it comes to dates.
Attorney Haas?
Thank you. The new ordinance does allow the council to make decisions about future meetings up to the point of the second meeting before you are considering the location and the means of the meeting. So all of the future meetings beyond the second meeting in January can always be voted on in the future. What's important for this evening is this is the last opportunity for the council to make a determination on the location of the second meeting in January, except if the council wishes, if the first meeting in January were in person and the council wished to make that a virtual meeting, you can still do that at the meeting immediately before. But otherwise, the only permanent decision you would be making tonight is what to do with the meetings in January. All meetings subsequent to that can be revisited at future meetings. So hopefully that answers what Alder Furman was referring to.
Yeah, so just to make sure that I'm 100% clear as we're going, so the we can change any meeting to virtual, but we need 2 meeting notices to change to something in person. Probably be an easy way to sum up kind of how that works. So again, the only thing that's real, the most important thing on the table today would be 1-4 and 119. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Furman. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion on item 22? Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move a substitute motion to have all the dates listed indicated as virtual.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to the Foster substitute. Alder Foster, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think we're all aware of the resurgence of COVID in our community. I'm not going to go into details on that. I don't think this is a good time to transition back. And I also have, I think it's really critically important that we address comprehensively the question of public participation, virtual public participation at whatever point we do go back in person. I think it would be a big loss to the public to lose their opportunity to participate virtually. And I think we need to have a really clear plan for that before making the transition back. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on the substitute? Alder Vitever.
Can we ask a question of staff at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So I believe that our last public commenter was actually advocating for hybrid meetings. And my last understanding was that that was not possible. So I just wanted to see if there was any progress on being able to actually have hybrid meetings, if that was technologically feasible.
Alder Bidover, believe that is a question for our IT staff, and I'm not sure if there's anybody here who's prepared to speak to that. I don't want to put our tech facilitators on the spot. But I don't see Director Edgerton in the room. So I don't know if either of our tech facilitators are able to speak to that question. She said, hopefully. If not.
I mean, I don't want to give any dates or anything, but obviously that's the end goal here. I know that room 201 is supposed to be, the remodel is supposed to be done by January. But as far as, gearing up for hybrid and all that, I don't believe that's in the cards, at least for the first couple months of 2022. So.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you pinch hitting there. That's there's Sarah. Director Edgerton, would you like to speak to that?
Hi. Sorry, I had the council meeting running at the same time that I was trying to join. So hang on one second. Yes, so we will have our new AV position hired probably by March or April, I'm assuming March. And the intent is to have hybrid meetings by the end of June.
Thank you. Alder Furman?
I think Joe may have answered the question, but I wanted to get a little bit more detail. Do we have a date on when 201 will be ready at CCB for council meetings? I don't know if Sarah has an answer to that.
Actually, Alder, training on the new system is happening mid-January. I believe right before our second January meeting. So the room, I think, will not be ready for our first January meeting, and it might be prudent to, just in case, to wait. I assume we'll all be able to get trained up and know how to use the new system in mid-January, but things happen.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? All right, so the substitute motion is to stay virtual through the second May meeting. Is there discussion? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'm going to support that. I would love to be able to meet with everybody in person. I honestly think that we work better in person and that being in person is better for collaboration and for conflict resolution. But with the number of COVID cases not going the direction that we would like them to, I don't think that is the safest thing to do right now to begin meeting in person in February, as much as I would like to. And there's just too much uncertainty and we don't know what the impact of the Omicron variant is going to be. So I will be supporting the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will take some lines from Alder Lemmer's comment about connecting with your colleagues. We have noticed in last whole year, it's extremely hard to develop a culture, if I'm really blunt and honest here, without having a chief of staff. And usually in corporate America, when you get hired, the hiring manager or HR, they help creating a culture and about the organization without having wholly a chief of staff. And then on top of that, we are not meeting in person and not really understanding each other on a personal level, how person think. It requires huge amount of effort to reach out each individual alder and discuss on various things. I remember before COVID days, meeting with my colleagues and discussing about keys issues like, sorting out stuff about various things, which is extremely helpful to understand each other. It creates collaboration and it creates a partnership in a way to understand each other, which is, I do think so, that culture is extremely important for us to look into that, and in person can bring that to us. I truly see a huge value for us as a council to meet in person. At the same time, I completely understand about public input process. I think so path forward is hybrid. Until we don't have a hybrid, either in person, either virtual, it benefit and it not benefit few people. It also create barrier for few people who cannot really come. They don't have access to IT. They just don't have, might be some disability to sit on the laptop. They have some internet issues. Some people, they really prefer when they give their public comment to see people. They want to show their face. They want to see all 20 of us. When they speak, they only on Zoom see themselves, or a person on the Zoom is speaking on a big screen. So there are plus and minuses on both sides. Just making a broad judgment like virtual is the way forward or in person, I think so hybrid is the path forward. Until then, I truly think so it's a huge beneficial for us as an older to see each other as a colleague and have a conversation. So I'm not going to support this particular all virtual. I do think so there's a path forward. One of our colleague, Alder Witherwitz, sent another email. I think so if council really feel like no, that we need to go, there is a compromise there, and I'm okay at least it provide us one meeting in a month to see each other, if it not all in person. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll echo, I have the same thoughts and sentiments that Alder Lemmer and Alder Abbas have, but essentially I just feel like there is a lack of, ability to have that human element by not being together in person. I do want to acknowledge and validate that. It's a true thing. It's difficult to establish those connections and that collaboration that you'd want to have. That said, I do think that we've been able to prove that we can conduct business virtually. It's a very accessible form of government. It's very functional. While it's missing those other human elements, we're able to get business done. From the safety of our homes and the convenience of our homes. So for that reason, I do want to support this, and just don't really think at all that it's a time to come back in person. I do think it's important that for a future model that we'd have some form of a hybrid, but obviously we're not at that space today. So I will be supporting this alternate to remain virtual through essentially the end of May.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I will, for two reasons, I'm going to support this resolution. Totally agree with Alder Foster's comments. We need to have a comprehensive way of determining what public input looks in the future. We cannot ignore how much more public input we had now throughout the pandemic versus people at the in person. So definitely finding a balance there. We need to really work on that. So that's number one. And then secondly, based on staff's comments that we really need to be worrying about the January meetings. We can always, we have the same question being presented to every single committee that we are in. What is your default setting? And we select that. And if we need to make that changes throughout the year, we have the option to do that with some notice. So I just don't see the difference. We're also a committee, so definitely supporting that we, at this time, based on everything that we know about the new COVID situation around us, that we will remain virtual until further notice, and we can always make that decision to change later on during the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin.
Yes, excuse me. I want to support Alder Foster's new substitution, I guess, staying virtual. I think as a new alder, as bad as we want to be in the same space with everybody, we just know that it's not safe. And me, I probably have the youngest child here. My baby's 18 months, a baby that cannot be vaccinated, so I just am fearful for that. We just don't know what's coming about, and I would prefer to stay at home to keep my family safe. So I ask everyone to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitteper.
Just a point of clarification, can we just do the January dates at this point, and then sort of say, right, because that's really what's on our table now. So could we just set the January dates for now, rather than having a large debate about the future that we don't know?
Alder, if you're asking if an alternate that just covered the January meetings would be in order, I think the answer is yes. But I think we would have to dispense with the substitute that we're currently on first, unless that was withdrawn, and then we could replace it with something else. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Just want to get a clarification. I mean, we should be able to select the actual dates, right, for the entire year and put that in our calendar and book it. What we're discussing is the part of the setting. I want to make sure that we separate those two things.
Alder, the dates for the council meetings you've already adopted. You've already voted on that.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just want to clarify that's we're not talking about the actual dates. Perfect. Thank you.
President Abbas.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to also clarify that the council office sent this afternoon a safety plan, how we're going to move forward. One thing I would like to also say, I completely understand with my colleagues, especially with little kids. I have 2-year-old too, and 4-year-old, both are not vaccinated. And I completely get that. We as a city of Madison and as a community, Dane County, I would like to say we take a pride, cannot predict a pandemic, to create more safety, more vaccinated people. With COVID policy, the CCEC just approved the vaccination policy. That policy will be adopted on January 4th. With that policy, there is a protocol for us as an alder. Besides city staff is already under APM. And beside APM, regarding public comment, there is a plan, and that plan can be worked more. So we, as a council president, I want to say that we cannot guarantee anything, but we will do all in our hand, best according to public health policies, follow all the protocol, and really make sure address some of your concerns, if not all. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mary. I just wanted to speak to the suggestion of only setting 2 meeting formats tonight. I think it would be wise, like we've asked all of our boards, committees, and commissions, that our default, in this case, we're only setting it through mid-year instead of the full year like our committees have done. I think as we heard earlier, we can absolutely always change that as long as we do it with 2 meetings notice. So it doesn't mean that we need to stay that way, but I think it would be prudent to set an expectation tonight for our default and then deal with any changes later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Is there any objection to me speaking from the chair? Seeing no objection, I feel very strongly that we need to start meeting in person again. I think it has been incredibly detrimental to our functioning as a body to be fully virtual for this long. It was absolutely necessary when we started it. But I think that this format has outlived its usefulness at this point in time. And I think we do need to wrestle with the questions about access and making sure that we can work towards a hybrid meeting model and frankly, work towards additional access for the public to not just these meetings, but to the issues that we wrestle with in many ways that doesn't just involve 3 minutes speaking at a meeting, right? And so I just want to remind us that the issue of public outreach and engagement is much, much broader than just coming to speak at a council meeting, and is absolutely one that we've been working on for years, and I trust will continue to work on, hopefully not for years to come, because we'll be able to move faster than that, but likely years to come. I think it's a real missed opportunity to not come back at least some meetings in person. This virus is not going anywhere. And the sad fact is that every single one of us has to figure out how to live with this virus for the rest of our lives. And so it's time to start figuring out what that means and how we function, not on a short-term emergency basis, but on a long-term living with the virus basis. And I think that it is detrimental enough to the function of this body and frankly to the city that we have to be able to find a way to start meeting in person, at least sometimes again. And I feel very strongly about this. I urge you to reject staying virtual and to, at a minimum, try alternating in-person and virtual meetings, if not coming back full-time in person. I think that those of us who have served and experienced in-person council meetings understand how dramatic the difference is. I understand that those of you who have never been to an in-person council meeting don't have any sense of that. But I hope that you will trust our experience and understand what a dramatic difference it is and how important it is, not just that you as a body be in the same room dealing with each other, but that you also be able to have staff directly available to you in the room and be able to work with them and form better relationships with them, in addition to the work that you all do with each other. So I would urge you, it is obviously your decision, but I would really urge you to start to work in some in-person meetings into our schedule for the beginning of next year. Thank you. Alder Harrington-McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the virtual, the alternate, and for the reasons that you've already stipulated or addressed. Being one of the older alders, and I say in terms of time and age, I have seen how we don't control the virus, we don't control that. But I have actually seen that it's been very difficult to work within a body. And I'm not saying voting the same way, but I'm just saying voting as a body. And I think that this separation has been one of the most difficult ones that I have experienced. And so I will not be supporting. I absolutely say that we should be working and trying to find a pathway forward for us to be safe and then also to engage the community. But I will not be supporting a official long extended absence. And what's before us is a short term, and then if we need to extend it, we can, but I will not be supporting this amendment as it stands forward.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this substitute. And with all due respect to the mayor, yes, we will be living with this virus for some time. But less than 2 weeks ago, we heard news of a dangerous variant, the Omicron variant. And while the president and others say it's no need to panic, the continent of Europe is discussing the possibility of reintroducing lockdowns. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. The default should be safety, and the most safety is in maintaining this virtual platform. Now, if it turns out that the Omicron variant is a big nothing burger, and it's no threat whatsoever, we have the ability to pivot towards in-person meetings. But to suggest that right now we have to just accommodate or get used to living with the virus and move on to in-person meetings, where public health officials nationwide are saying quite the opposite. They say maintain social distancing. They're not suggesting that you travel right now or fly. And I don't think it's wise for us to do anything that puts us back in the same room when public health officials are suggesting otherwise. So I'll be supporting the substitute and ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Yeah, this probably isn't, I might be thinking too far ahead, but, you know, I do understand what everyone has said, including you, the mayor, but I think that the everyday person is very fearful of this virus, of the new variant. And I also feel that some of us are fearful. And one of the things that might be a compromise, might not, and this is probably inappropriate, and that's why I depend on you to take me off the edge. But instead of doing every other meeting, which was emailed to us, I would like to see us do 1 month in, 1 month out to make it more simplistic. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt the substitute from Alder Foster. Is there objection to recording?
Roll call, please.
A roll call vote is requested. So on the substitute from Alder Foster, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman?
Aye.
Furman, aye. Helverson?
Aye.
Helverson, aye. Helverson, aye. Harrington McKinney?
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck?
Aye.
Heck, aye. Lemmer?
Aye.
Lemmer, aye. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi?
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer?
Aye.
Verveer, aye. Vitiver?
No.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia?
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas?
No.
President Abbas, no. Alvarez?
Yes.
Alvarez, aye. Benford?
Aye.
Benford, aye. Bennett?
Aye.
Bennett, aye. Carter?
No.
Carter, no. Conklin?
Aye.
Conklin, aye. Curry?
Aye.
Curry, aye. Evers?
Aye.
Evers, aye. Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Figueroa Cole, aye. Foster?
Aye.
Foster, aye. I have 6 no. 13 aye.
With 13 ayes, the motion passes. And we will move on to item 43. Give me a second to refresh. Item 43 is Legistar 67344, substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances regarding declawing cats. We have a number of registrants who perhaps are still with us, starting with Christine Ingracia of St. Louis, Missouri, to be followed by Nicole Martel Moran.
Mayor, neither of those people are in the list.
All right. Jennifer Conrad of Santa Monica, California, to be followed by Becky Robinson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for listening to me. I'm from Santa Monica, California, but I'm a veterinarian and I run the world's largest nonprofit dedicated solely to ending declawing of cats. I wanted to tell you that this ordinance is good for the cat. The cat does not have to be subjected to 10 or more unnecessary and very painful amputations of its toe bones. It's good for the owners or the guardians because they are not going to cause a lifetime of pain for their cats. They are not going to jeopardize the human-animal bond because declawed cats are more likely to bite because they've been robbed of their primary defense, and they are less likely to use the litter box because when they come home from the surgery, it hurts to dig in the sand and they won't use it. So they often get thrown out. The ordinance is also good for veterinarians and veterinary staff because they don't have to go against their oath of above all, do no harm. Declawing is absolutely unnecessary. It's a non-therapeutic surgery, so it should not even be included in veterinary medicine. And it's good for the city because fewer cats will end up in the shelters and the rescues, and the taxpayer money won't be used to house and ultimately euthanize these unadoptable cats. So I urge your aye vote and thank you for this legislation.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Becky Robinson from Bethesda, Maryland, to be followed by Adam Bachnecht.
There is no Becky in the list. Adam is here.
Adam Bachnecht from District 6, representing the Madison Cat Project.
Hi, my name is Adam Bachnecht. I'm a veterinarian and the medical director for Madison Cat Project. We're a local cat shelter that's found homes for over 7,000 cats over the past 20 years, and I'm here to express our enthusiastic support for this proposal. All the major animal welfare organizations, including the ASPCA and the Humane Society of the United States, strongly oppose declawing. The American Association of Feline Practitioners and the American Animal Hospital Association also strongly oppose the procedure. The American Veterinary Medical Association strongly encourages veterinarians to exhaust all other options before considering it. And Mars Pet Care Incorporated, the owner of several major chains of veterinary clinics and the employer of 9% of all U.S. veterinarians that treat pets, prohibits the procedure in their clinics. In 2009, the CDC, NIH, and the HIV Medicine Association of the Infectious Disease Society released a joint statement saying that declawing is not advised as a way to prevent cat scratch fever, instead recommending avoiding rough play with cats and other situations where scratches may be likely. A recent search of the veterinary literature did not turn up any studies that showed that declawing led to a decrease in aggressive behavior, and in fact, many aggressive cats that are declawed progress to biting when scratching is no longer an option. While being scratched is something that most people would prefer to avoid, being bitten is much more serious and often ends up requiring hospitalization and IV antibiotics. A recent survey of local veterinarians by the Dane County Veterinary Medical Association found that 76% of respondents supported the proposed ban, 69% stated that they currently do not perform declaw surgeries at their practice, and perhaps most importantly, 98% indicated that if the ban was enacted, it would either have no impact or a positive impact on their practice. These survey results show strong support for this proposal among the veterinary community in Dane County. Numerous cities, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, Denver, and Austin, as well as the entire state of New York, have already banned the procedure, and Madison Cat Project believes that we should join this list. Thank you to the Common Council for considering this important proposal.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Holly Schroeder of New Glarus, to be followed by Eric Anderson.
Greetings. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Greetings, Madam Mayor and Alders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of the proposed ordinance to end elective cat declawing. Let's all just take a minute to look down at our hands, fingers outstretched. Can you see that joint just below your fingernail? Now imagine having that whole piece of your fingers cut off. No fingernail, no fingertips. This is what declawing is, amputating the last joint, not just simply removing a claw. Now imagine living your life without having the tactile dexterity of your hands with those gone, unable to navigate your world how you were meant to, or touching and feeling the warmth of your loved ones. When we do this to cats, we are selfishly depriving them of a multisensory factor of their life and arguably what makes a cat a cat. There is neuropathic pain endured post-amputation that can cause litter box misusage due to the pain of trying to dig or have the granules push on now tender areas. According to the amputeecoalition.org, chronic pain is noted in 80% of people who have undergone amputations. Litter box issues can cause owners to get angry and upset, which then increases stress and induced fear in a household, which again may elicit aggression. Whose life is this benefiting? There is just no excuse or reason for this to still be in practice. This day and age, there are ample resources available to deter any unwanted behavior, such as videos online, consultations, books, cat furniture, and scratching alternatives, and behavior modifiers. You can readily search and buy off of Amazon. How is surgically modifying or mutilating an animal still standard practice? Would we be okay with an owner electing to remove all of their dog's teeth because they nipped at their child who pulled at its tail? Or how about amputating a hind leg of a dog to keep it from jumping onto a bed? Where do we draw the line, as the above examples, as well as declawing, are all major surgical modifications to an animal's natural state for the mere perceived convenience of modifying a behavior? We need to stop looking at cats like material objects within our households that we can choose to alter to our whim out of mere convenience, and finally start to look at them like the family members they are, that also experience pain, fear, contentment, and enjoy play just as we do. Anti-declawing is a worldwide movement. It is banned in entire nations and countries and is catching and gaining ground in the United States. Madison and Dane County is a great progressive place to live, and is why I have resided here for the last 28 years. I strongly urge you to vote yes on this ban, to prove not only to our country, but to the world that we are leaders and indeed one of the best places to live, as we respect and put our animals' welfare over materialistic convenience. Thank you for your time and support in this matter.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Eric Anderson of New Glarus, Wisconsin, to be followed by Ken Lambrecht.
Evening, Alders. Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
After hearing overwhelmingly compelling testimony in favor of this initiative, I will keep my comments brief. I'd like to thank Alders Lemmer and Carter for spearheading this irreproachable effort, and I look forward to supporting a Dane County ordinance change in the near future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ken Lambrecht from Waunakee, Wisconsin, to be followed by Megan Fisher.
I had to promote Ken to panelist due to his device. I should be up shortly.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on item number 43. My name is Dr. Ken Lambrecht. I've been a practicing small animal veterinarian and own 3 veterinary clinics in Madison over the past 37 years. I have served on numerous veterinary boards and associations in my career, including the Wisconsin Veterinary Medical Association, the American Animal Hospital Association, and local boards, including the Capital Canines. For the past 3 years, I've served on the board of the American Association of Feline Practitioners, which has over 4,000 members in North America. And I've also served for 4 years on the AFP Cat Friendly Practice Committee. My current clinic sees over 70% of cats as patients and has been gold level AFP Cat Friendly designated practice since 2015. There are over 300 facility and cat handling requirements that must be met to be AFP Cat Friendly designated. Those requirements primarily include minimizing fear and stress in all feline veterinary interactions, and as well as facility and medical requirements to provide the best quality medical and surgical care, including pain management. In the late 2020, the AFP board decided we would no longer designate member practices as cat friendly if they declawed cats. We had many discussions about how our members would react, but in the end, we knew it was the right thing to do to protect these wonderful creatures we steward from chronic pain and the behavioral issues that were proved by dozens of peer-reviewed scientific studies. In short, there are no defensible reasons to declaw a cat. It is truly, as has been said, an amputation of the last digit. What is badly needed is the education for all cat owners on a cat's intrinsic need to scratch and providing substrates and finding ways to encourage them to use those surfaces and structures, which can all be found on the AFP website. I simply urge the Madison Common Council to follow the science of some of the best veterinary minds in North America and the peer-reviewed research they trust and ban the declawing of cats in Madison by supporting this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Fisher of District 11.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list.
Right, that's all of our registrants wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing no questions, President Abbas, a motion on item 43?
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Is there discussion? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I will be brief. The hour is late and you have heard quite a bit about this already. I hope that you will support this ordinance. I wanted to bring this forward because decline is an outdated and cruel and inhumane practice. As you have heard repeatedly, it is an amputation of the, similar to amputating a human finger at the first knuckle. It leads to problematic behaviors such as litter box avoidance and increased in biting behaviors. There is no public health argument for declawing cats. In fact, since declawed cats bite more, it is actually a public health concern to declaw cats. Bites lead to infections and require antibiotics. Scratches almost never do. You have heard and received testimony from organizations including the Humane Society, Veterinary Medical Association, the Humane Society, the Paw Project. You have heard from the medical officer from Mars, which owns the Banfield clinics, the VCA clinics, the largest chain in the country. Includes many locations here. There are a couple of myths that are used as counter arguments that just don't hold water. The public health one, which I already covered. The other one is that if you don't allow decline, you will increase the number of cats in shelters. That has been found to not be the case. Every municipality where we have data has shown that the number of cats in shelters actually decreases after you pass a decline ban. And this is something that we are a little bit behind the times on. It has long been banned in European countries. It's banned in 8 out of 10 provinces in Canada. It's banned in several of the largest municipalities in California. It's banned in the state of New York. It's banned in St. Louis, in Pittsburgh, in Austin, and in Denver. So I hope that you will support this tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions while addressing the chair if you have any. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Okay, I'm just going to make this brief. That I really want to thank all those cool cats and kittens that are supporting this. Honestly, when this was first introduced, I was like, okay. But after watching Tiger King 2 and seeing the effects that this has on how it's similar to taking off the first knuckle of your hand, I am happy to support this, and I hope all of us are. And I hope that everyone with a cat can give them much love and attention tonight. And if we could find a way for me to hang out with cats and not have a severe allergic reaction, that would be awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. As everyone knows, I'm an animal lover, and I want to thank Alder Leamer for putting this forth and allowing me to sponsor it with her. I think that this is what I would call a no-brainer. We need to support it, and we need to add our name to that long list of cities and states that are banning decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 43. And we will come to item 74. Give me a second. Right, item 74 is Legistar 68341, substitute authorizing the acceptance of rental assistance funds and the associated work needed to be done around that. President Abbas, a motion, please, on item 74.
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Wahilahi, you had questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if they can go through the process that has been done for this item, we appreciate.
Lynette Rhodes is here. Lynette, can you speak to this item, please?
If I could share my screen, possibly, I have one PowerPoint slide that may help as well kind of go through this. Thank you. So you guys have had various resolutions in front of you over the past year on emergency rental assistance. And so I just wanted to create one PowerPoint slide that had all of the various resolutions in them, so you guys can see one snapshot. So beginning in January of 2021, that is when the city accepted our first round of emergency rental assistance that created the Dane Core program that we partnered with Dane County and we contracted with Tenant Resource Center. That allocation of emergency rental assistance was a direct allocation from the Treasury to the city of Madison. So we passed that in January of 2021. After we received our allocation of emergency rental assistance from the Treasury, the state of Wisconsin also received a direct allocation. The state of Wisconsin received about $332 million of emergency rental assistance. Instead of the state running a separate program, they did contract directly to municipalities that got direct assistance and awarded us contracts for that same emergency rental assistance fund. So through the state of Wisconsin, we have in May authorized $9.3 million. And then a little later in August, we accepted another $16 million from the state of Wisconsin. Throughout that process, we've had a contract with the state and we've been holding on to those funds because we've been really focused on spending the first round of emergency rental assistance that was directly allocated to us. Now, you guys have heard me actually in many probably different situations talk about the fun of all of the federal regulations that have come with these emergency rental assistance and the fun of working with the U.S. Treasury. And so one of the things that the U.S. Treasury authorized and obligated for us is all communities had to obligate or spend at least 65% of their funds by September 30th of this year, of 2021. And so if they did not spend 65% of their funds, they would potentially they could lose some of those funds. So what has happened in the process as we finalized our third quarter reports, so we were working with the state and we were reporting what we spent directly for our emergency rental assistance of the 7.7. We spent over 90% of our first round of emergency rental assistance funds. So along with the city and Dane County, we got into the community about $14.9 million with our first round of ERA1 with the Dane Core program. So we are considered by the U.S. Treasury a high-performing community because we reached that benchmark. Unfortunately, the state did not reach that benchmark, mostly because they contracted with some of the municipalities that got direct assistance as well. And they knew that we were focused on getting our direct allocation out the door first. So the resolution that is actually in front of you is not a process about getting so much new money. It is a resolution that is stating both that May 18th resolution of 9.3 and that August 3rd resolution of 16 million. It is voiding the state of Wisconsin contract and asking that money to go right to the Treasury, and you guys authorizing us to accept the money from the Treasury versus the state of Wisconsin. Because we are going through this process, and I had to submit some forms to the state of Wisconsin, and had to submit a lot of forms to the U.S. Treasury, I did ask for additional money. So that is why this is a budget amendment as well. We do not know yet if the Treasury will grant the additional money, but what we have asked for is the money currently under contract with the state of $25 million being transferred to the U.S. Treasury. And then in return, the U.S. Treasury contract directly with us for that $25 million, plus potentially give us another $10 million of some of those unobligated funds that the state of Wisconsin would have had to return to the U.S. Treasury. So that's the main focus of this resolution, is to void our contract of reporting to the state and having us instead report directly to the Treasury. We continue just looking at those other resolutions. We do have partners that we ran an RFP process. We brought that application and that process to the Common Council. So we do have community partners under contract that when the funding comes, right now this funding through the state is already obligated to those agencies. So we would be just transferring some of those funds rather than state of Wisconsin emergency rental assistance funds to directly those emergency rental assistance funds as well. So kind of the summary of this resolution is really about transferring money and obligations that we have from the city to the state, rather to the city directly to the U.S. Treasury.
Thank you, Supervisor Rhodes. Alder Wahilahe, additional questions?
Thank you, Lynette, for giving us this perspective. It's really helpful. My other question is, should the Treasury accept your request in contracting the city, would you continue contracting the same agency, or that would be an opportunity to expand some of those agencies?
At this time, going into 2022, I would ask that we continue to contract with the same agencies that we are working with right now. We are doing a lot of building a new program, moving from one entity to multiple entities. That takes a lot of staff coordination, of training multiple staff on a new database system, understanding how to communicate across agencies, of changes in the program, of shifts. I would ask that we have more time to build the collaboration that we have right now and build on the training that we have right now with our current contractors. They still are also working on training and building their staff and hiring new staff at this time. Some of, I think, going into this next year, we've really started working on some of those. Bringing a new contractor in at this point, as we're still working on some of the changes we've made. For instance, in Dane Core, as you guys might remember, it focused only on rental arrears. It was a very limited program, only focused on rental arrears. Expanding this new program, we are trying to take advantage of all the opportunities the Treasury has offered, which includes paying utilities, paying forward rent, paying security deposits, paying internet. And so those are new policies and procedures and communication that we're having to build that we didn't have before. So it's taking a little bit of time of just working on that collaboration. I would say though, as we have the contracts going into 2022 with these agencies. The funding, I think that they can get out the door. If the U.S. Treasury gives us more money into future years, I think that's absolutely an opportunity that we can talk about additional providers. But right now, I think we really have to work on that collaboration piece with our current providers.
Thank you. And my final question is, the resolution states CAC and TRC, those two organizations, are the scope, bigger than that, or should the organization that was listed in the PowerPoint should collaborate with CAC and TRC rather than collaborating directly with the city?
Yep. So right now we have contracts. We would only need to really amend the contracts with CAC and Tenant Resource Center by the way we wrote them, because they're the ones actually cutting checks. And so we have some reporting requirements right now in their contracts about directly giving some information and needing information to the state of Wisconsin. Our other community partners like African Center, Nehemiah, Foster for Dane, and with Partnership, who have contracts, really focused on just outreach and support, working with individuals, helping complete applications. Since they're not cutting the checks, I don't have to amend their contracts with the detail that I have to with Tenant Resource Center and Community Action.
Thank you, Annette. This was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions for staff?
Thank you, Lynette. Just one question. I think that we talked about the term getting money out of the door, and it seems as that this is not that. I was kind of confused that this was not that first receipt of money that you were getting out of the door, that this time that there are some accountability measures that will be tied into this money. Is that correct? And the reason I'm asking is just even, I think yesterday I received a call for someone who is homeless. I don't know how that got my name. They said that they're having challenges getting assistance with named organizations. So two-part questions is one, that accountability to make sure how they're doing getting the money out the door, and who should those individuals who are experiencing challenges be connecting with, because they listed several names, even you and Jim. So who, if there's a challenge or problem or anything like that, who should this group of people be referred to?
Sure. So as of tonight, CAC refers when there's challenges or barriers with the programs directly to me. I've been handling all of those calls and handling all communications to landlords at this time who are experiencing problems or frustrations with the program, of trying to build that relationship with landlords, or talking to tenants of addressing some of their barriers overall. I meet very regularly with Dane County as well, who I have a counterpart over at Dane County who oversees this program. In case it's a agency or a landlord that's outside of the city of Madison, where we address some of those calls. I am very appreciative that on the consent agenda tonight, one of the resolutions you guys approved were 3 new staff for me to support rental assistance, which I hope the next time you ask me that question, we will have a program assistant that also will be a city employee that can address some of those calls moving forward as well.
Well, thank you, because I was going to ask you, do you have the capacity to manage all of those calls? And so thank you very much for that ending response.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 74? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 74. That will take us to item 75, which is Legistar 68346, the substitute year-end appropriation resolution. On item 75, President Abassa, motion, please.
Move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Figueroa Cole, you had questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if they can go over the changes of between version 1 and version 2 of this resolution, and if you could please cover the summary that was provided during the finance meeting. Thank you.
Director Schmidtke.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. So just to go over what's in the resolution to begin, this is a resolution we do every year. It's the year-end appropriation, primarily to address projections that are made based on third quarter actuals. And so those may be transfers within agencies to ensure there's sufficient budget authority within the major appropriations. Those would be salaries, benefits, purchase services, supplies. It also makes transfers between agencies, most notably from direct appropriations, either the sick leave escrow set aside or the contingent reserve in agencies that may have shortfalls or may have shortfalls due to retirements and payouts of sick leave or compensated absences or both. The year-end appropriation also is the opportunity to increase general fund budget authority up to closer to our maximum allowable amount under the expenditure restraint program through the state. And by doing that, we set a higher base for the calculation for the 2022 budget and the subsequent year, the 2023 payment. That just helps with creating room for any sort of additional expenditure authority that might need to be appropriated in that subsequent year. The year-end resolution also takes advantage of the ARPA money that was set aside for maintaining government services. That funding is currently in the grants fund to be transferred to the general fund to help pay and support an increase in budget for the fire department for costs that exceed budget there. And then there are a number of smaller technical adjustments that are occurring as a result of the resolution. And then there's also the authority to transfer funding between the room tax fund and the general fund in response to better than forecast room tax revenues. You may recall back in September with the mid-year appropriation resolution, funding was transferred from TID 25 to the room tax fund based on what at that time was thought to be weaker room tax revenue collections. Third quarter room tax revenue collections came in better than expected. And so this would allow that sort of excess funding to go to the general fund, since the room tax fund might have more of its own revenue to support the costs that were originally approved for expenditure from those room tax revenues. Specifically to the difference between the two versions, it's a technical correction in the amount where the increase in the fleet budget needed to occur, and there's just a correction that increase needed to occur in the supplies line rather than in the purchase services line.
Am I still in mute?
Yes, yeah. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. So, Dave, based on all these projections, actuals, higher assessments, or whatever, do you have an idea of what do you project the unassigned general fund balance to be at the end of 2021? Do you have a projection on that?
If you recall, with the adoption of the 2021 budget, we had applied $8 million from the general fund balance to in effect balance the 2021 general fund operating budget. It looks now, based on actions taken in the mid-year appropriation resolution, which transferred funding from TID 25 to the general fund, as well as lower expenditures than what were budgeted. We may need between only $500,000 to maybe $3 million rather than the $8 million of general fund balance applied. So that's good news, and we could finish very close to our, probably slightly below, but close to our 15% target, meaning 15% of the budget is set aside in the general fund reserve.
So do you have any reason to believe that the unassigned general funds balance could differ materially, significantly at the end of 2022?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question, Alder Figueroa Cole.
So did you, I know that we are in a pandemic and things are just pretty life fluid moving, but do you have any sense of any kind of projection that will indicate that the unassigned general fund balance will be much different at the end of the 2022 budget than what it is now?
It's hard to tell. It'll depend on how revenues perform in 2022 compared to budgeted amounts. I'll just also remind you and the entire council that the 2022 budget includes over $13 million of one-time federal money to balance that budget. And so, the extent to which reserves are available, again, I have to keep in mind that how we balance the 2023 budget in the face of that and budgets after that as well. But hard to predict right now, but I think we're in much better position than when we put together the 2021 budget over a year ago.
Thank you, Dave. Those are my questions for now. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions for staff? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 75? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And that will take us to item 76, which is Legistar 68375, substitute allocating funds under the Crisis Intervention and Prevention Services RFP On item 76, we had one registrant. Do we have Shannon Berry of Fordham Avenue representing Days with us still?
Yes.
And okay.
Yes. I'm
Go
here.
ahead,
Thank you.
Shannon.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Alders. Before I begin, I just want to thank you all for your service to our community during these historically challenging times. I also want to thank the Community Services Committee for recommending funding for DAYS, domestic abuse intervention services, at such a significant level. While these recommendations do not fund DAYS at prior levels or at our full request, we are extremely grateful for the funding that we are recommended to receive. And we appreciate the time that and energy that the city staff and committee members put into this process. I know that these are incredibly difficult decisions and that the committee does the best it can with the dollars it has available. And it's that point that I'll focus on for the rest of my time. As you can see in your meeting packet, the original RFP was issued with around $1.9 million or less than 1% of the total operating budget to fund critical community resources like crisis lines, crisis response services, shelter programs, job training programs, and peer support programs. This was the first RFP for crisis-based services in more than 5 years, and not surprisingly, they received over $7 million worth of asks in response. Throughout this process, we've seen some amazing organizations providing exceptional and essential services, facing funding cuts from the city or flat funding, all while the demand for services are high and operational costs continue to increase. Many, if not most of the organizations, the most vulnerable in our city count on, are scrambling just to keep their doors open, much less all of their programs running and their clients served. This uncertainty will no doubt result in reduced capacities and scaled back program offerings and greater instability within Madison's excellent service provider network. Simply put, supporting the local safety net at the level that I know that this council desires and our community has come to expect will require deeper investments next year and in the years ahead. I know budgets are tight every year. I certainly live that myself, running a nonprofit. But I also know that this council and this mayor understand the impact that these organizations have on our community and just how critical they are. So I just wanted to thank you all again for your leadership and your commitment to making Madison a just, equitable community where everyone can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for our registrant? Seeing none, President Abbas, a motion on item 76, please.
Yep. Move motion to adopt the substitute.
Second to adopt the substitute.
It's moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff? Alder Figueroa Cole? You're muted, Alder.
I'm just going to ask a process question again. So I have a request for an amendment on this one. Can you please direct me on when to move that over?
When we get into discussion, Alder.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Furman, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping somebody could help me with timing. If we were to refer this back to the Community Service Committee, what would that do for timing? And would that be something that might work or be problematic for trying to get these funds out?
Supervisor Shelton Morris is here with us.
Good evening, everyone. To answer your question, Alder, referring this back to CSC would mean that they would take this up at their likely at their January meeting, which would likely push back final approval of contracts probably not until sometime in January or February, because they meet the fourth Wednesday of the month. And so it would appear back before the council probably in early February, which would delay the contracts by a month or so.
It looks like they do have a meeting scheduled for the 15th. It wouldn't be possible for it to be on the agenda then?
It could. We would have to. So right now we don't have any action item. We did not have any action items in place for them to take up at that time. And so we're planning to cancel that meeting. But if the body decides tonight that they want to take it back to CSC, then that would be an option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wehelehe, is it questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I really appreciate Yolanda for sending me the email with thorough explanation of the this item. But my question is for the people who are just watching or other others who might not have access to that email, is what was the outreach process and also the appropriation of the fundings to these 21 agencies. I know it's crisis intervention and prevention, but I would like to hear about more about the process, but also the appropriation of the fundings based on this request from these agencies.
I'd be happy to share what I shared with you previously, Alder. So CDD used a competitive request for proposal process to develop recommendations to allocate funds that were authorized in the 2022 adopted operating budget for use beginning January 2022. The RFP process followed provisions contained in the policy paper presented to and approved by CSC and Common Council earlier this year. CDC sought proposals from organizations to support 3 priority areas, first being crisis intervention support services, second, recovery and stabilization services, and third, prevention services and activities. Within each of those priority areas, there are sub-priority areas. Under crisis intervention and support services, 24-hour crisis response and shelter services. Under recovery and stabilization services, resource service facilitation and case management, youth restorative justice, and community court for homelessness restorative project. The third area of prevention services and activities, the sub areas are outreach and information and specialized program support. The RFP was released on September 22nd with an application due date of October 22nd. We received a total of 50 program proposals across 28 organizations, requesting in aggregate a total of $7.2 million. The available amount of funding for this process is a little over $2 million. And that increase includes the absorption of funds previously allocated to CBE, Community Building and Engagement, the absorption of $100,000 previously allocated to the Immigration Collaborative Contract, which will no longer exist in 2022, and $75,000 transferred back to the Community Support Services in the 2022 budget. Proposals were reviewed by CDD staff and colleagues from Public Health Madison-Dane County, the Madison Metropolitan School District, Dane County Human Services, and the Dane County Office of Crime Victim Services. Staff took a number of variables into consideration when developing our funding recommendations, including proposal scores, proposed populations, and geographic areas to be served, whether the proposal is a new or existing program funded by the city, and current and past performance measures for existing city-funded programs. Funding processes centered around a large number of the priority areas outlined in this RFP have not taken place in 6 to 7 years. Although we were in a tight budget environment, CDD did find a way to add additional funding that represents a 20% increase and has chosen to use that to focus on that by increasing the cost of living adjustment to current city-funded programs being put forth in the funding consideration, whose allocations have remained largely unchanged over the past 5 to 7 years, funding to support agencies led by people of color, and funding to support new programs to the City of Madison funding process or that are new to the crisis intervention and program service and fit within one of the 3 priority areas that I mentioned previously. Our recommendations also include funding 12 community-based organizations led or co-led by women of color, 4 of which are new to this funding area, and 10 new programs that align with one of the 3 priorities outlined in the RFP. So I will stop there and see if that answers your question, Alder Julia.
Thank you, Yolanda. This is helpful.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions for staff? All right, not seeing any. The substitute has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. So again, this is one resolution that literally keeps me up at night. I had all the numbers that Yolanda just mentioned to make my point, so I'm not going to repeat it. But again, she gave you a pretty good breakdown of how many organizations came through requesting funding, and we were able to fund just a very, very small, not even half of the amount of money needed out there, which is really, it's really shameful, to be honest. So I would like, I have been trying to figure out how can we as a council ensure that we can raise the funding amount for this particular crisis intervention section of the CDC, but CDD, but I still hitting walls everywhere I turn. So at this point, if anyone in council, and just they call out, anyone have any ideas on how we can collaboratively work to ensure that we can raise this funding, I'll take any input that I can get. But for this particular resolution, there was a change made of the original recommendations from staff, where money was taken from a collaboration between Just Dane and Centro Hispano to fulfill another program for Centro. But Karen from Centro, the director of Centro Hispano, had emailed council asking for more funding, and she also in additional conversations, she requested that if we were not able to allocate more funding to the pool itself, that she would rather have the funding given to her program be put back to the collaboration where it was initially in version 1. So I'm just trying to follow through on that, to go back to the original recommendations from from staff, since we're not able to add more funding to this bucket at this time. So my proposal is, again, I sent an email out to revert back to version 1 and leave the funding as staff suggested.
Alder, is that a motion to move the original resolution in place of the substitute?
Correct.
So it's been moved to return to the original resolution in place of the substitute. Is there a second? Is there a second? Alder Bennett, is that a second? Right, so moved by Alder Figueroa Cole and seconded by Alder Bennett, the original resolution. On that motion, are there questions for staff? Alder Wahile, is it a question for staff? Yes, go ahead, Alder.
So how will that change based on what I see in the allocation is 355? Can Yolanda, can you walk us through what's the difference between the original and the current amendment, and if we go back, what that entails?
Sure. So going back to the original resolution would put the $50,000 back into the funding recommendation for Just Dane to bring them up to a full $355,000. And so that would remove the, I think it was almost $54,000 that was recommended to be given or through contract directly to Centro Hispano for a case management position.
So this 50,000 will be added to the original amount that was allocated for both agencies, but it will be equally using for that particular program, right? But not individual organization.
Correct. So the Just Dane proposal is in partnership with Centro Hispano. It was a collaborative proposal that was submitted.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas, questions for staff? No. All right. Are there any additional questions for staff on the substitute? I'm going to call it the current motion to not confuse us. Seeing no questions, is there discussion on the current motion? Alder Wahili, did you have your hand up for discussion? No. President Abbas.
It's an interesting situation, and coming back to Alder Figueroa question about if somebody have other suggestions about the money, if the question is about $50,000 or $55,000, perhaps we will go with version 2, and it's going to take some time for us in a common council office to hire position. So there could be some staff saving. Perhaps that money could be used in future for the purposes which you're mentioning. Could be used that creatively. We could look at, how long the staff saving, and I'm happy to work with you as well. I'm just thinking on a fly right now. So I think so we should go with a version 2, and regarding some of the concerns, hearing about the funding, and I completely get that. I hope we as a city have more money. I'm comfortable version 2, but I will happy to work with you, Alder Figueroa, and try to sort it out some additional funding if we can. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Carter.
Yes. A repass questions for staff.
We are,
that's fine. No, that's fine. I just wanted to say the reality is that the city will never have enough money to do everything everyone wants. That's just the reality of it. We continue to rob Peter to pay Paul, and then rob Paul to pay Peter in a circular motion every year. And at one point in time, as much as, and I think I can just go to say that I think staff does a great job struggling to try to provide everyone with some funding, not necessarily the funding they want. But we have to realize at one point that there's not enough money to do everything that we want to do. And we do make hard decisions. Staff makes hard decisions. Committees make hard decisions. And that is the reality of it. Now, what would be very generous if all 20 of us gave up our salary or stipend or whatever it's called to give to community services, to add more money to give to community organizations. Let's think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I'm not going to support this. If anything, we should send this back to the committee and ask them for clarification. I had heard from a member who had suggested of the committee who had suggested that and said if there were difficult conversations here this evening, that the best thing to do would be to send it back to the committee and get their opinion on making possible changes to this. But I think we should either approve what the committee sent us or send it back. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with what Alder Furman just said regarding putting it back to the committee. I'm not sure about other organizations, but I am grateful that Shannon has stayed with us this entire time. And if there are any other providers on the line, oh my goodness, what was I going to say? I don't know if I can make an amendment, but could that be a possibility of what Alder Furman just said of referring back to the committee?
Alder, the motion would be in order, but we're already on a substitute motion, so we have to dispense with Alder Figueroa Cole's motion. If that fails, then you could make the motion to send it back to committee if that's what you'd like to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm just for giving equitable opportunities. Obviously, as a nonprofit provider myself, there's many meetings and that you have to go to present proposals for RFPs or response to grant funding. And I'm not sure if every agency, if they were able to send someone here today to say that they would also like more money for their projects doing similar services. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Okay, so I just a couple of comments. I mean, again, I think this year has been unprecedented when it comes to the amount of funding that was requested, $7 million, and we only have $2 million in the bucket. So it's not, I don't think this is the same year as every year. I don't think that is a fair comparison. And I just don't understand this idea of sending this back to the committee when we're not giving them more money to play with. So there were many organizations. There was 50 programs in this RFP. There were 23 organizations, and only 40 of those programs were funded at some level. Not only one program, if I'm not mistaken, was funded in full. So there were 10 organizations that were not even funded at all. So unless we have more money to give staff to play with or the committee to play with, I just don't understand why we will be postponing contracts for other people that were already funded. And then when it comes to my change, again, I'm just passing the input that we receive from a receiver that wants to keep their funding whole. If that's not, that's not possible, that's fine. But sending it back to the committee without giving them more money, I don't understand the logic on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be supporting Annette Figueroa's closed substitutes. Would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is the original first version of the resolution. All those in favor of the original resolution, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Okay, Furman.
No.
Furman, no. Halverson.
Aye.
Halverson, aye. Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck.
No.
Heck, no. Lemmer.
No.
Lemmer, no. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer.
No.
Verveer, no. Vitiver.
No.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia.
Aye.
Wahelia, aye. President Abbas.
No.
President Abbas, no. Alvarez.
Yes.
Alvarez, aye. Benford.
Aye.
Benford, aye. Bennett.
Aye.
Bennett, aye. Carter.
No.
Carter, no. Conklin. Conklin. Shall I come? No? Okay, thank you. Curry.
Apologies, I recused myself from this earlier.
Will do. Thank you. Evers.
Aye.
Evers, aye. Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Figueroa Cole, aye. Foster.
Aye.
Foster, aye. Eight aye, 10 no, one recusal, one excused absence.
Thank you. That motion fails. So we're back to the main motion, which is to approve the substitute. Alder Furman.
Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion to refer this back to the committee. I just had it in front of me. The CSC committee. Sorry.
Community Services Committee.
Please, thank you.
At their next meeting. All right, the motion is to refer to the Community Services Committee. Is there a second? Alder Lemmer will second. Is there Discussion on the motion to refer to community services. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it was said earlier, Mayor, that, all the requests that we get for money through community services, that there's just not enough money. And as someone that sits on that body, unfortunately, I had a death in the family and I missed the last meeting where this came up. But I just want to gently remind our colleagues that sending it back to the committee and asking them to, once again look at this, recognizing that there just isn't enough money to cover these vitally needed services. It's an exercise in frustration. So I just want folks to understand that this had gone to the committee before and now it's back. So I don't see any benefit of sending it back to the committee where they'll come up with something that will make everyone feel better. That's just my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas?
I agree with Alder Benford, and also I agree with Alder Figueroa too. Unless we have additional money, and it makes sense to send. Again, we have so much discussion about how we can improve our referral structure, committees, but as a council, we're doing the same thing. We are sending it back. It's same piece of pie. I just don't understand the intent why we're sending back to the committee. So I will not support that. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Furman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Obviously, there was an attempt to change this evening to change around funds based on one organization asking for something to be taken away from them. I think there's an ability for the committee to figure that out and decide whether or not that change is appropriate. Obviously, I understand there aren't more funds, but I think if we want that to be explored, the committee should be doing that. Otherwise, I have no problem supporting the second alternative if this referral fails. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the question of referral. Anticipate disagreement. So all those in favor of referring the item back to the Community Services Committee, aye. Those opposed to referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman?
Aye.
Furman, aye. Helverson?
No.
Helverson, no. Harrington McKinney? Please repeat.
Would you please come back to me?
Certainly. Heck?
Aye.
Heck, aye. Lemmer?
Aye.
Lemmer, aye. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi?
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer?
Aye.
Verveer, aye. Vitiver?
No.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia?
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas?
No.
President Abbas, no. Alvarez?
Yes.
Alvarez, aye. Benford?
No.
Benford, no. Bennett?
No.
Bennett, no. Carter?
No.
Carter, no. Conklin?
No.
Conklin, no. Curry? Recuse? Will do. Evers?
No.
Evers, no. Figueroa Cole?
No.
Figueroa Cole, no. Foster?
No.
Foster, no. And Harrington McKinney?
I'm going to abstain.
Harrington and McKinney abstains. 5 aye, 1 recusal, 1 abstention.
Thank you. With 5 ayes, that motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to approve the substitute. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the substitute? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the substitute on item 76. And we will move on to item 83, which is Legistar 68427, discussion on the results of the spring 2020 advisory referendum, etc. Alder Furman.
Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion to refer this to our January 4th meeting, seeing that it's 11:35 and probably we're not going to have a great conversation about this at this late hour.
Alder, my only disagreement with you is that there's no motion on the floor, so it's not a substitute.
So I would like to make the motion if that would be okay.
So the motion is to refer this item, I'm sorry, did you say to the January 4th meeting?
That's correct.
To the January 4th council meeting. Is there a second for that motion? Alder Conklin will second. Moved and seconded to refer to the January 4th, 2022 meeting. Is there a discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Bennett.
Just a question. I hope I'm not mixing this up, but I understand this was one of the items that might have been on the ballot. Am I understanding that incorrectly? And will referring this item impact whether it can be?
Alder, it would impact the possibility of a spring 22 referendum. But there are obviously multiple elections over the course of 2022 and beyond. Alder Furman?
Yeah, I was going to speak to that. I appreciate Alder Bennett bringing that up. The deadline to get a referendum question on the ballot for the spring, the April election, the April 5th election, would be January 25th. Which would mean that the goal by referring this actually would be at our next meeting, there would be an introduction by title only for a referendum question, giving us the ability to approve a referendum at our January 18th meeting, which would be enough time to hit that January 25th deadline, if and only if, obviously, the council decides that's the direction it wants to go. Obviously, it wouldn't have been my preference to try to time it like that, but that's just where we are. Moving this to the 4th will not preclude our ability to still get it on the ballot if that is the direction the council decides to go. So I did want to make that point, and I appreciate you asking that question. I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you, Alder Furman, for clarifying. I appreciate that. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. And that will bring us to item 104, which is the introduction of legislative file 68625. And the question of referrals on this item. So let's start, President Abbas, just with a motion to introduce.
Motion to introduce.
Second to introduce.
All right, so it's moved and seconded to introduce, and now Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. If it was earlier, I would know exactly what to say.
You're moving a referral, Alder.
I'm moving to refer this to the Public Safety Review Committee per my email earlier. I don't remember the exact date of the PSRC meeting, but I think the council meeting is the 18th.
It's correct. The PSRC is January 12th, and the council meeting would be January 18th.
Thank you, Mayor.
So Alder Heck will move that referral. Is there a second? Alder Curry will second. All right. On the question of referral to PSRC, are there questions or is there discussion? Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not in favor of this going to the PSRC. On February 2nd of this year, the PSRC, excuse me, is late. Review the feasibility study of body cams. The minutes of March 10th reflect that. They have talked about body cams prior in this committee, and so getting a third kick at the can, it just doesn't. I don't see the benefit of sending it to the PSRC, sorry, again. And so I will not support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier, I sent a response to all alders, and I am not supporting the referral to the Public Safety and Review Committee for those reasons that are outlined. I was on the Public Safety Review Committee during the time that this went through a very, very robust discussion back and forth. And so this has been before since 2015 or maybe earlier. And this body has repeatedly said, when there was a question about referral, the new amendment, the new ordinance that says that puts stipulations around referrals. And I'm not going to support that because I think that is not going to change the discussion. And we should accept it as an introduction, and an introduction without debate and not referral, and then move it on to the next council meeting as pro the introduction states.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Yes, I do support referral to PSRC. It's honestly, I don't see why. I guess I can understand the dissent that there may have been conversations regarding body-worn cameras, but from my view, much of those discussions have been centered around the report itself and not the actual taking on of body cams, which this resolution requests. And furthermore, this discussion falls within the exact jurisprudence of the committee. There are several new appointees to PSRC in the past year, and that deserves to be recognized in this conversation. And their and PSRC's recommendation on this item should not be discarded and should be taken into consideration. Furthermore, if you really believe that we've had robust conversations enough, that then at PSRC, it would be as simple as taking a vote in favor or not. But I believe that given the fact that there are new committee members, many new committee members to PSRC, and this is an ongoing conversation in our committee, especially in terms of the implementation process, that committee will be should be instrumental into our decision in taking on body cams.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alder Bennett. You stole a lot of my thunder there. I did want to say that I think it's appropriate to refer this to PSRC, mostly for technical reasons, I suppose. Alder Bennett was right in that PSRC and this body have talked, and other bodies have talked about body-worn cams ad nauseum. But it's a technical question because we didn't talk about this resolution and actually establishing the pilot program. We were considering accepting or not accepting, as it may have been at the body-worn camera report. So this is an entirely different matter, and it's related, but it is a different matter. So I think it's appropriate and in the purview of PSRC, as mentioned in my email. Also, the costs that are referenced in the resolution are drawn from the 2021 budget amendment and an analysis from that, which was prior to the body-worn camera committee's report, which had much more robust recommendations about how that pilot program should operate and be monitored, a study associated with it, and none of those costs were worked into the 2021 budget amendment that is referenced in the resolution. So I think it would be appropriate for PSRC, especially the 4 new members of PSRC, to take a look at that and see what we can add in terms of evaluating the resolution. So I hope you'll support the referral. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Alder Heck. Ahead of a time, you sent an email and wrote also the role of PSRC. I appreciate that. However, the capital budget was already approved by the Common Council, and also the body-worn camera review committee took almost 4 years. The committee was made by the Common Council. We create that committee, we ask for their feedback, they create the report, they submit to us. It went to Public Safety Review Committee. There was, if I recall my memory, at 11:46 p.m., I do remember the question was to accept the report or not accept the report, but I do remember there was a motion on the floor somebody made to reject pilot, the body-worn camera. So I don't understand what else in public feedback, because we already been through all this feedback. We create our own committees. We went through all that feedback and spent years on that. It just, for me, it make more sense to move forward. And if we have to make some changes, we could make as a council, make changes to that. So I'm not really, I don't think so. It's beneficial for community time, especially Public Safety Review Committee, as they already express how they feel about this particular issue and the community, especially who attended that meeting. So I will not support a referral.
Thank you, Alder Miadze. On the question of referral.
I guess on the question of referral, I'd like to say this. Starting out, I was at the Public Safety Review Committee, its last meeting. And at that meeting, I mean, it was very important. It was about basically the MSD and about public safety as far as all the things that we're seeing at the school. And here, the vice chair and the chair did not show up for that meeting. So that meeting was canceled. And this has been an ongoing issue with this committee. Even when I was a vice chair of this committee, there was so dysfunctionalism where the attorney kept on having to tell us our purview and what was to be done. So I do not support this going to the Public Safety Review Committee already. It's already been there. We pretty much, everybody here probably knows what the answer was. I think President Abbas said it well, and also Alder McKinney. So I do not support it going there. What is the use of kicking down this can down the road? I think it's time to make a decision about this. It's been years. And so this is a very important issue, especially for me, running for public safety and talking about public safety. So I do not support it at all.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay. Madam Mayor, my hand is up to speak on it for the second time, but I see Alder Benford is up for the first. And so is it proper to yield to him?
It is, Alder.
Okay,
Alder Benford.
Thank you, Alder McKinney. Thank you, Mayor. Oh, this is great. Wow, I noticed people like to yield to me, so I'm really appreciative, Mayor. I just got to say this. I Mayor, I'm bewildered that it feels like the resistance to send this to public safety review might be tied to some personal feelings more than really understanding the purview of that committee. So perhaps there was dysfunction in the past, as some people describe. But I think Alder Bennett and Alder Heck said it, and full disclosure, I'm on that committee, that we have new members. And the last time this was in front of us, I don't want this to be confused. It was about discussing the report. So yes, individuals within that body have certain feelings about body-worn cameras. That was apparent, but I don't get the resistance. What harm does it have to send it back to this committee that, once again, that's the purview of this committee to take a look at it. So all these fears that have been stated that, yeah, maybe we won't have quorum, then it's a done deal. Then it comes back to the Common Council. But I think we have to do our due diligence. And I feel a little uncomfortable that us as a collective body would send a signal that we would ice the committee, especially over something so important as this. I just don't understand it. So I would definitely support sending it back to that committee, and I hope my colleagues join me in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before us is the pilot for the $83,000. There was a question of how much it's going to cost. The pilot gives us, I mean, if it's passed, it really measures what is the right dose. If it's the right dose, is it the right fit for Madison, yay or nay? I was not willing to send it back to the Public Safety Review Committee, not because of any personal reasons back and forth, but it has been through that committee. And because it has been through that committee, and there has been, because one of my asks is that how many times with the new alders, has these meetings been canceled? And I didn't get that answer, before this meeting. But the Public Safety Review Committee meetings have been canceled. What's before us is the approval of the $83,000 for the pilot. And that pilot that dollar amount has been approved, is in the budget. And so that's what's before us to move forward on. Not getting into the full discussion of whether the merits of the project or not, but that money has been allocated for the pilot, and then that pilot will give that information related to the cost and the right dosage, if it's the right dosage for the city of Madison. We will never know if that's the right dosage or not without the pilot. And having this to move to the next council meeting and having the public to weigh in, it seems to be the right thing to do, especially when other questions about moving items back to the originating board, the committee, has been rejected for exactly the same reason that you're pushing this forward. And so there is not a consistency there. There's not a consistency there for me. I don't see the value in referring it back to the Public Safety Review Committee. And I don't think that there would be any change in the discussion that will be before us. So I will not be supporting the referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford again on the question of referral? No. Alder Evers?
Thanks, Mayor. I will be supporting referral. My understanding is that PSRC was focusing largely on the report, but the specifics of this pilot while the 83,000 is currently in the budget, the operating component of this is questionable. It raises some questions of how MPD will be able to use overtime funds to be able to pay for the operating costs to sustain this. That is an open question. Now, I, for one, think that there is some merit to going ahead with this pilot. I had an interesting conversation with Judge Everett Mitchell and heard from him his reasons why he's in support. But I don't think there's any need for us to rush into this. We need to ask the important questions. This report, the body cam report, put in some very clear stipulations about how any implementation of body-worn cameras has to take place. And it's not clear that this pilot is prepared to put those stipulations and those recommendations into place. And those are the things that need to be teased out. So we would benefit greatly, I think, from sussing this out, asking the tough questions. And then if the merit is there to move forward with adopting this pilot. But let's not just, pretend that there aren't important questions to be answered yet. And let's invest in this committee and see it, despite some of the problems in the past, that is the purview of the committee. Alder Harrington McKinney sat on it in the past and actually in the past referred items to that committee for the express purpose that this committee was set up to discuss these types of things. I think there are valid questions to be asked. I support the referral and I ask my colleagues to do so as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders. Alder Carter.
Sorry about that. Is it appropriate to bring Chief Barnes in?
It is not,
Or we
Alder.
pass. Well, see, this is why I ask, because you always correct me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. The question is referral to the Public Safety Review Committee on January 12th. All those in favor of that referral, aye. Those opposed to that referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman.
Aye.
Furman, aye. Halverson.
No.
Halverson, no. Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck.
Aye.
Heck, aye. Lemmer.
Aye.
Lemmer, aye. President Martin, Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer.
Aye.
Verveer, aye. Vitiver.
Aye.
Vitiver, aye. Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas.
No.
President Abbas, no. Alvarez.
Yes.
Alvarez, aye. Benford.
Aye.
Benford, aye. Bennett.
Aye.
Bennett, aye. Carter.
No.
Carter, no. Conklin.
Aye.
Conklin, aye. Curry.
Aye.
Curry, aye. Evers.
Aye.
Evers, aye. Figueroa Cole.
Yes.
Figueroa Cole, aye. Foster.
Aye.
Foster, aye. "13 aye, 6 no."
With 13 ayes, the item is referred to the PSRC. Alder Bennett.
Move referral to the Police Civilian Oversight Board.
For their December 16th meeting?
For their December 16th meeting.
The motion is referred to the Police Civilian Oversight Board for their December 16th meeting and back to the Common Council on January 18th. Is there a second for that motion? Is there a second? Alder Benford will second. Moved by Alder Bennett, seconded by Alder Benford. Is there discussion on the motion to refer to the Police Civilian Oversight Board? Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe you can answer this question. I just didn't think that we were referring anything to this board yet. Is that correct, or are they able to handle this? I thought they weren't doing anything until they got their IM in in place?
Although it's a good question. I don't know the answer, but it's possible that Attorney Haas knows. I do not think we have made any referrals to them. Attorney Haas, can you give us some guidance here?
Sure. I mean, they're meeting on the 16th. I think they have, my understanding is, kind of a busy agenda. The main item is they're going to be trying to come to a hiring decision for the independent monitor on the 16th. So I really, I don't know what the odds are that they will have the time, but I don't think the council is prohibited from making a referral. It's just that they've been focusing almost all of their time on the hiring process so far.
Alder Conklin, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. So we've gone to questions, apparently. Let me pause and see if there are other questions for staff. Alder Bennett is a question? No. President Abbas, not a question. All right, so then we are in discussion, and Alder Bennett, I'll go to you.
I struggle with Zoom. I guess a question for, I do have a question for Attorney Haas, if that's permissible.
Yes, Alder, I'll allow it.
Thank you. Attorney Haas, since like the December 16th meeting is pretty booked, when I chose December 16th, I honestly chose the closest date because I thought it would be best for it to come back to council. But do you believe a later date would be better or to solve those problems? Or?
Well, I mean, it's a guess. I mean, there isn't any guarantee that there will be an independent monitor in place in December or January. I can't really predict what the board's going to do on that. So it's hard to tell if they'll be in any better position at their next meeting.
Okay. And then I guess, so I understand this process. Should a committee not be able to tackle this question, does that mean that they can refer it to a future meeting? Or does that mean that that committee just doesn't discuss the item?
They would need to come back to the council to ask the council for more time, essentially. The referral is supposed to indicate the date that it comes back to the council. And if they're going to go beyond that time, then they need to come back to the council and ask for more time.
Okay. I guess then I was wondering if it's permissible. I don't have PCOB schedule in front of me right now, but if I could move, alter the referral to their January meeting instead.
Alder, we have a couple of other alders in the queue. If you want to quickly correspond with Attorney Haas to get that date, we can come back to you. Are there, Alder Harrington McKinney, is it a question?
No, it's for discussion.
Okay. Alder Carter, is it a question?
Yes, this is a question.
Go ahead, Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is my understanding that this is, although it will aid the PCOB and aid the independent monitor and aid their investigator once all those entities are hired, that this is really a policy decision that we should be making as elected official and policymakers. I think that based on, I guess my question is, I almost went into discussion, Mayor. You didn't stop me.
I was listening carefully, Alder.
My question is to Attorney Haas, based on the conversations that we've had during the budget session with the president or the chair of the PCOB and the tremendous amount of work that they are still trying to accomplish, that is it really fair? And I'm saying fair because we all got letters from them. Is it really fair for us to have this go to them with a deadline and a second deadline? I'm just looking at their workload and being realistic about their workload.
Although
and
I'm not
some
sure
of their
that
complaints.
I'm not sure the question of fairness is one that Attorney Haas can answer, but perhaps your question is actually about jurisdiction.
There you go. Well, I know he's a lawyer, so fairness is not really the right word, is it? Go ahead, Attorney Haas.
Let's not impugn the profession, but Attorney Haas, can you speak to jurisdiction of the PCOB?
Well, sure. I mean, there's some pretty broad language in the ordinance on the Civilian Oversight Board. It includes discussion about reviewing policies of the police department. I don't think I could say that it is outside the jurisdiction of the Oversight Board. I think there's broad enough language in there that the council could refer it there if it wished to. I know that there are some concerns about, from the police department about ultimately having this, the timing, how much time they need to get the pilot in place by the summer. And I will also just say I don't have their January meeting on my calendar, so I don't know if one has been set or if I just don't have it. Alder Bennett indicates that maybe there's one on January 6th.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. Alder Bennett, is a question or you're getting in the queue to discuss? All right. So seeing no further questions for staff, we'll go to discussion. President Abbas.
Yeah, thank you very much. So previous my vote, it was, as I mentioned, we had so much discussion at Public Safety Review Committee about body-worn camera, but I respect my colleague. And as Alder Evers mentioned, perhaps there are some avenues for discussion, and I'm excited to see what will come out from there. Sending to PCOB, the resolution when it was written, I do think so there is a value once the pilot is done. If POCOB, independent police monitor, it's important for them to see how the data can help them. But at this stage, as Council President, I'm very much aware about their workload. They haven't hired independent police monitor on December 16th. If they decide they don't want to move forward with the finalist, they have to start the process from zero, which is a heavy lift. I don't know what's going to happen, cannot predict anything. But the workload they have, and as my colleague, you already received many email about honorarium, about workload. As me, Council President, I'm very well aware how much time Karen spent with PCOB and how heavy lift it was. I will highly recommend, again, not sending there. It's not because I don't value. They're clearly I value them, and I think so it's important for them during pilot once it's done. I think so as it is already a Public Safety Review Committee, there is an opportunity for community to come. There's also opportunity to review budget, as per some of my colleagues said. We already have a one avenue to review. And I think so we should avoid sending in more public domain and more public input. We already have one good platform, and then when it come back to council, we can hash it out how we want to as a city from policy standpoint. We want to move forward. But let us give PCOB an opportunity to really focus on independent police monitor and spend all energy there, rather than really diverting their attention into this particular thing, which is really heavily on a policy making point. regarding finance, it's another stuff, as Alder Heck mentioned, that's purview of Public Safety Review Committee. So let them take care of the finance stuff in other language. So I will really encourage, it's not because I don't want to send to PCOB, but I do think so it will be counterproductive for their workload, at least as far as I know. Thanks.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Harrington McKinney on the question of referral to PCOB.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The one input that I would have is that the independent monitor, when that person is hired, will be really the one who would be engaged in whether there is going to be a pilot or not. And so hiring the independent monitor is critical, is crucial. And when that independent monitor comes on board, the independent monitor will then begin to hire his or her staff, which gives them the capacity to reach out and really delve into this whole issue in a very robust way. And so at this point, to refer this as a pretty heavy lift into the body when they're already trying to make a decision, and one of the most serious decisions that's before them is the decision to hire an independent police monitor. Once that is done, that sheds some of that lift from that committee, and then they're better able to move around. They already have a very heavy load, a very heavy lift. The goal is to hire that person as an independent monitor, and at this stage of the game, referring this item to them seems to be non-productive. So I'm asking the colleagues to really consider that workload and whether it's going to get done. Completes my comment.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett on the question of referral.
Yes. Okay, now I would like to submit a substitute motion to refer to the January 6th meeting instead of the September 16th. Is that within order?
Is there any objection to the motion before us being referral to the PCOB meeting of January 6th? Seeing no objection, that's the motion before us.
Okay, sweet. And I'd be happy to speak towards my motion. I feel like I share in my colleague Alder Benford's sentiment stated earlier that it seems like a lot of this dissent is coming from personal views and not actually what we are looking for out of PCOB. This resolution directly refers to PCOB as being one of the agencies that will be reviewing this footage, even during the pilot. I don't see how that decision is only up to us and not to the body that will be directly impacted by our decision. Furthermore, we've seen in the past how PCOB has given testimony about how it was about their frustration for being blindsided by decisions that impact their work. And I believe that that's something that we shouldn't do in this in council. Furthermore, all of these arguments that PCOB has too much of a workload on itself and needs to get itself on its feet first, and needs to hire the independent monitor. And once we do that, they need to get themselves together on top of that. Those are all valid points and adds to the discussion about whether or not they can even handle taking on a body-worn camera pilot. That this resolution calls for them to be able to work with. So I believe it is completely within within their jurisdiction. It's completely within their purview to decide whether or not they want body-worn cameras to be able to complete their work. And their recommendation is helpful to this discussion. So I think that a lot of it, at the end of the day, a lot of the dissent is just maybe because you don't want to hear a disfavorable opinion to what you'd like to see in body cams.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers on the question of referral.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this particular referral. Again, I think it's very, very important that PCOBs stick with their task at hand. And secondly, that if council decides to move forward with this pilot, is certainly appropriate, and that PCOB would be involved as footage may end up as part of a complaint. And the primary purpose of the Civilian Oversight Board is to be set up to receive complaints. So I don't think that their opinion of whether or not they want to be in a position to review complaints that are substantiated or not by video is an argument that is sustainable. What I do think makes sense is that we air this out in one of our committees and then come back to council and make a decision whether we want to move forward with a pilot or not. And there are complicated questions of how we're going to pay for this and how are we going to abide by the recommendations of the report. I don't think that we'll learn anything more by a second referral to PCOB, so that's why I won't be voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze on the question of referral.
Yeah, so I wanted to first by trying to get that integrity back and apologize to Evers and Alder Evers and Brian Benford, and basically just say that it's not really personal. I'm just trying to make sure that we just don't keep on kicking the can down the road because this has been on the table for a while. And basically after attending last meeting and seeing that there's been some meetings on very important topics that have been missed. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I love hearing the voices of people, so making sure that voices are heard is very important to me. On the subject about referral, I think it's the thought of it being there makes me, after I do the research, understanding how body-worn cameras, most civilian oversight boards do have it and they do review the footage. So for them to actually take on this purview in order to look at it, I think it's important. But given the fact that we don't have the independent monitor, I think this is a crucial mistake of sending it there without the hiring and letting them do their job as far as making sure that we do have that independent monitor firsthand. So to add this load when Attorney Haas just said that their workload is huge, we must have the independent monitor so that they can look at this footage and give their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney on the question of referral.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the question of the referral, there are three things that were mentioned that I just want to call out. Is there was a mention of this committee being blindsided, might be personal implications, and the third one I wrote. There was. So I'll speak to the era. These comments have come specifically out of the committees in terms of, one, I've heard that it was an error that the independent monitor was not hired first because the heavy lifting that the body is doing, independent monitor had been hired first. The independent monitor with that person's staff would have been doing the heavy lifting. That error came out of their space. The other thing is about the blindsided. There is nothing blindsided about any of this, and the inference is absolutely incorrect. Nothing was blindsided. No money was being taken from the Office of the Independent Monitor to make their job harder. That was never ever come up. What is clear is that the independent monitor is the vehicle or the person for referral. If there is something that needs to be referred that's questionable, it goes to the Office of the Independent Monitor and then to the body, rather than the way it's set up now to have the body. And I don't know if going through the language, whether the body would have the jurisdiction to review any proposals or any issues that come up before. So let's look in terms of what the structure looks like and the process looks like. The process looks like hiring an independent monitor and then framing everything around that, rather than framing everything around the body, around the board at this point. So I'm strongly suggesting that they continue their work and hire an independent monitor, then being able to do and take on whatever they deem to take on. But at this point, the independent monitor seems to be the priority that needs to be moving on.
Thank you, Alder Heck, on the question of referral.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember at a public safety review committee when the Alder work group was presenting their proposal for forming the COB and IM and the resolutions that we approved to form the COB and that I remember asking Alder Kemble at the time, part of that Alder work group, specifically, did she anticipate that we'd be referring items, that council would be referring items to COB? And she said no. And, I'm not sure as if that's necessarily going to be the case, but I think generally for right now, that's probably a relatively good approach. We're still in the middle of trying to figure out, especially related to policy, how COB and PSRC are going to relate to each other and who is appropriate to handle different types of policy matters, whether they come up from, let's say, incidences with the police or from council that are proposing new policies, evaluating all sorts of policy options. It's not really clear yet. And so I tend to think that for this particular issue, and because COB is so busy, that it might be fine to have PSRC handle this. And that doesn't mean that COB shouldn't get referrals, although I can see where that could become overwhelming for all the other things that they're going to be doing. So I just thought I'd provide that little bit of history. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue on the question of referral to the PCOB January 6th meeting. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed to referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman.
No.
Furman, no. Halverson.
No.
Halverson, no. Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck.
No.
Heck, no. Lemmer.
No.
Lemmer, no. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer.
No.
Verveer, no. Vitiver.
No.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas.
No.
President Abbas, no. Albaris.
No.
Albaris, no. Benford.
Aye.
Benford, aye. Bennett.
Aye.
Bennett, I. Carter.
No.
Carter, no. Conklin.
No.
Conklin, no. Curry.
No.
Curry, no. Evers.
No.
Evers, no. Figueroa Cole.
Yes.
Figueroa Cole, yes. I. Foster.
No.
Foster, no. That is 3 aye, 16 no.
16 noes, the referral fails. And I believe then we are back to the underlying introduction and referral to PSRC. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the introduction? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Roll call, please.
Alder Miadze?
Roll call, please.
Okay. The item before us is the introduction of the resolution with the referral to the PSRC. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Furman.
Aye.
Furman, I. Halverson.
Aye.
Halverson, I. Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Heck.
Aye.
Heck, I. Lemmer.
Aye.
Lemmer, I. Vice President Martin is excused. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Verveer.
Aye.
Verveer, I. Vitiver.
Aye.
Vitiver, I. Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. President Abbas.
Aye.
President Abbas, I. Alvarez.
Yes.
Alvarez, I. Benford.
Aye.
Benford, I. Bennett.
Aye.
Bennett, I. Carter.
No.
Carter, no. Conklin.
Aye.
Conklin, I. Curry.
Aye.
Curry, I. Evers.
Aye.
Evers, I. Figueroa Cole.
Yes.
Figueroa Cole, I. Foster.
Aye.
Foster, I. 4 no. 15 aye.
15 ayes, the item is introduced and referred. And that will bring us to item 126. On item 126, we have perhaps still with us one registrant, Valentino Varese of Felland Road, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Valentino, you should have a prompt to unmute. Valentino, are you awake? There should be a prompt asking you to unmute. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I don't think he's paying attention, or they're paying attention.
All right. Well, so this item is a little complicated. The action recommended is to both introduce and adopt under suspension of the rules tonight. So President Abbas, a motion to that effect, please.
Yes, move motion to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Furman?
I'd like Eric, or let's see if anybody. I'd like Eric to explain what's going on with this very unique situation.
Superintendent Knapp?
Morning. And I, just so you all know, I did just text Valentino to see if he responded. We've been in communication with the owner of the vessel. So this is a 52-foot long, right about I don't know, 80 tonish boat. It's its former life was a Betty Lou boat. Sorry, get my mic down there. I assume you heard me there. That lived in its past as a Betty Lou boat, was procured by Mr. Urase a couple years ago now. He owns it. Unfortunately, it's been moored and or mooring tied up, if you will, to our piers at Marshall Park for a good part of the summer, on and off. We have issued about 70 citations this year to try to get that rectified. But the size of that boat really does matter here in a second as I get to it. So where we're at now, the ice is starting to come on. And it's now in the launch area, right where people go out for ice fishing and other things in the winter recreation. We have tried a multitude of avenues, including citations, communication. I spoke this evening with the owner. Staff has spoken with the owner multiple times in the last week. He has indicated that he had a plan to get it out, but it is not out. And the boat staying in that location, as ice settles, is bad for access and the safety of people using the lake when it's frozen. That can create some concerns with the ice and access. And on top of that, it's really potentially bad for the environment, because if you don't know what happens to a really heavy boat left in the water when the ice comes on, it sinks. And when a boat sinks, everything on the boat and the fluids, everything else goes in the lake. And then we have a more expensive problem. We discovered late last week, and actually confirmed early yesterday from the DNR, that they do not feel they have the authority to remove the boat under their legal authority. And they, as you see in the resolution before you, they said the statutory governance says that the local unit of government has that authority. I do not, and the attorney's office could not find authority that we as a division have that authority under our ordinances devolved to us from you all. So we're here tonight in what is certainly rushed to ask for that authority. I do want to give clarity, and if Valentino gets on or he watches this video, we have given him till Thursday to remove the boat himself. It is our strong preference that he remove the boat himself. We do not want to incur the cost. We do not want to incur trying to recover those costs. They are significant. They are not a joke. We are prepared, however, because of the reasons I set forth earlier, to do so if we need to. Because in the end, if the boat sinks where it's at, it's a bigger problem and a bigger expense. We will work with the attorney's office on the recovery. This is all new to us, but that is where we are. That is why we're asking you for, as I described them, the team today, an unprecedented action for us of coming to you on a Tuesday to adopt, under suspension of the rules, a unique authority. But as I said, we hope we don't have to use it. My hope is tomorrow I go out there and the boat is gone and we are all better for it. But that is where we are, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Knapp. Are there additional questions for staff? President Abbas?
Yeah, that's very unique situation. Eric, so once we remove this boat, is it city responsibility to store? How will he collect his boat, and from where he will collect his boat?
That is still a good question. As I told him tonight, it is my preference not to store the boat either. There are legal ways to even turn the boat over to a property wherever he tells us to drop it, which sounds unique. And it might say keep the boat till he pays. It's probably in our best interest to get it off our hands in total, because an old joke I heard is never own a boat. No people who own a boat. It's worked for me so far, but we would prefer to hand it over to him. We will still work to recover those costs. I certainly can't guarantee that will happen. The violations are mostly unpaid at this point, and they're significant. But if in the event we need to store it, we would likely work with a local contractor who's in the business of storing boats, turn the boat over to them, place a lien on the boat to where he has to clear the lien to get it from them. And if he doesn't, the boat becomes their property, is my guess. But that's, again, to be worked out, and hopefully not to be worked out. I guess is my hope is he takes possession of his property that is on the community's property tonight, tomorrow. or today as it is.
So just last question. So the cost of removing the boat and taking to wherever the place it is, who's paying that cost?
We would be if he does not do it himself. And I want the body, I want the public to understand this is not our preferred action, but if the boat stays, the cost gets higher, right? Because right now the cost profile, I believe, is less than $15,000. We have to get a contractor involved. There are contractors who are going to say more. That it's volatile, and it's going to be volatile tied to the ice conditions at that day, because you don't move a boat in through ice. It's not an icebreaker, right? So there's a whole lot of work that could happen. I'm learning more and more about moving boats and ice settling up lakes, and I certainly also take ownership of we should have been more authoritative 2 weeks ago, to be very frank. And that's on me, right? I don't want that to be on anybody else. That's on my failure to act in the time I probably should have, because 2 weeks ago would have been a little more clear what we're getting into. Tonight, we're hoping for that 60-degree weather tomorrow.
And Eric, while removing the boat, if what's the name of the person? Valentino. If he says city damaged my boat and takes it in a court, is there any legal aspect to that or not?
I believe we will be following. One of the reasons we won't be touching the boat with city staff, we would be having a contractor who's at the pinnacle of qualified to manage harbor operations and marine recovery. We feel we would be relatively insulated from that. Now, as Attorney Haas will probably tell you, anybody can sue anybody and anybody can make a claim against the city. Okay. But I think we're pretty insulated, from my opinion. And again, we hope that doesn't happen. We can. I'm still hopeful there's another path.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Madam Mayor, I will also request before we take a vote on this, if we can check again with the participant. The person waited till 12:30, so if we can give another chance to see. Thanks.
Absolutely, President Buss. Thank you. Alder Carter, did you have questions for staff?
Yeah, I just have one question, Eric. If the boat does sink, would the DNR do the cleanup, or would that also be our responsibility?
Well, we're going to hope it doesn't sink. But
yeah, we don't want it to sink.
Yeah, we don't want it to sink. It would probably be a bit more of a joint effort than the current framework we have with a sunken vessel. But I certainly don't want to explore that from who's liable to do what work and what cost. And frankly, from the environmental component of that. Like, I don't know how much gas is on this boat. I don't know much that, all the fluids, right? Like a sunken boat will dump all those things. Water will win.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Joe, can we try one more time to get Valentino?
Yes, still no response.
Yeah. He did not respond to the text I sent him 5 minutes or 7 minutes ago. No.
All right. Thank you both for trying. The motion is to adopt item 126. Is there discussion? Alder Furman.
I just wanted to very quickly add, if anybody wasn't concerned that time is of the essence, Spring Harbor, which is right near it and where I am, was frozen this morning. Woke up this morning to a frozen harbor. So it does look like we're going to have a little bit better temperatures the next few days. So I assume it won't freeze, but we certainly want to act quickly tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. No other Alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adoption. Alder Conklin?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to abstain from this vote.
It will note you as abstaining, Alder Conklin.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to announcements and introductions of items from the floor. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, this is my first time doing this. Hopefully I get it right. My understanding is I just introduced to you the title and that's it, right?
You move adoption of file number.
Okay, move adoption of file number 68747, authorizing the mayor to solicit funds for the purpose of improvements and services to the temporary campgrounds at 3202 Dairy Drive and to establish and operate a permanent men's shelter.
Is there a second? Alder Furman will second. Moved and seconded to introduce. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of introduction? Seeing no objection, the item is introduced. Are there any other items for introduction from the floor? Seeing none, are there any announcements? Happy birthday, Alder Carter, coming up. Alder Furman, it's your turn.
Move adjournment.
Is there a second? Alder Conklin will second. There are many seconds. It's moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Have a good morning, all. Happy holidays, whichever version you celebrate, and we'll see you in this space in the new year.